Okay, and you have a link to the Zoom link.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So I sent that. Okay, great,
Yep.
thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started soon.
Ready? Are we going? All right. Welcome, everybody, to the next Resiliency Forum. My name is Drew Bartlett. I'm the Executive Director for the South Florida Water Management District. I'm here to provide some opening remarks, welcome you to the district. I'm glad you could make it. It's been a week for all of us, I know, as we've been monitoring the weather. I'm sorry to point out that Wes Brooks won't be able to join us this morning for opening remarks. As you might imagine, he is busy in Tallahassee with Hurricane Idalia. So I'm sure he'll be here next time, and you know he's our resiliency champion in Florida. About 4 years ago, we kind of doubled down on resiliency in the South Florida Water Management District. We hired Dr. Moran as our Chief Resiliency Officer, and she put together a really good team so that we could start forums like this. And that is something we started a couple of years ago, I believe, and we all know as we work in this resiliency space how important collaboration is in communication. And so I think it's very important, and I appreciate the attendance, given the circumstances, both here and online, with respect to the discussion on resiliency for South Florida. It's certainly, having this forum in the midst of a hurricane actually making landfall right now up in the Big Bend kind of highlights, and it's just not lost on any of us, the importance of our jobs on resiliency. When you think about your public service and how it contributes to people, the environment, the state, our communities, resiliency has to rise to the top, right? What we do in this forum, what we do when we go back to our own jobs, what we do as we try to make this state better, make our communities more resilient, it's a cornerstone of what we do. And when you look around and you see all the different agencies, missions, programs that feed into resiliency, this is that word that's starting to encompass so much, whether it's environment, whether it's responding to storms, whether it's just daily rain events. what we're doing feeds into that, and really it can't be done without collaboration. That's why we need these forums. When Dr. Moran talks to me about this next grant opportunity, that we all have before us, I'm like, there's another agency with another grant that feeds into resiliency. And it's because it does. It's such an encompassing thing. I imagine a number of you saw the announcement with the BRIC grants, where they awarded $3 billion worth of federal funds this week. I hope many of you did well in that, or at least some of you did well in that. I know the Water Management District with Dr. Moran and her team, with the collaboration of some of you, put together some good grant applications. So we did get some federal funding, which we're very excited about. But those are the kind of things that collaboration underpins. When you can put something together for an agency to fund that has community support, it rises to the top. And that wouldn't happen without this kind of collaboration. So thanks for coming. Thanks for tuning in online. This is where we can learn from each other. This is where we can communicate, and this is where we can collaborate. So we do it here, but really it's making the connections to do it when we're not here, to put great work together. So thank you for coming, and thank you for tuning in. It's important to me, it's important to the district, and I know it's important to every one of you. So from here, I will turn it back over to Yvette to help with folks online who want to weigh in or around the room with the logistics of the meeting. Thank you. Thanks, Yvette.
Thank you, Drew.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, everyone. Participation for this meeting will be in person. This meeting is also being live streamed. Questions and comments will be taken at the appropriate place on the agenda from those who are attending in person. There will be an opportunity for questions after each presentation. If you have any technical questions, we ask that you please complete section 5 of the public comment card. Public comments will be taken during agenda item number 11, public comment from those present in the auditorium. If you'd like to comment, please complete section 6 of the public comment card and give to the attendant of the registration table. Representatives from local, tribal, and state organizations will have an opportunity to provide agency updates during agenda item 10. Now to you, Dr. Moran.
Good morning, everyone. What a week and what a day. We have been really having to go through many decisions that we are doing this week, and especially hosting this forum. There was significant amount of work to prepare us to be here today. So, and I really, in alignment with the points presented by Drew here, we really believe that we have a big reason for being here today. We're missing a few of our friends that were not able to come here. We will be missing FDM, our presentation from the statewide hazard mitigation plan, enhanced hazard mitigation plan. They were up until yesterday night. They were going to be virtual, but there is significant amount of work, all of us that are involved today. And we really have our thoughts with everybody that could not be here today with us, from the LMS team, from FDM, WES, and others. And we really have a message here to start this meeting today that our thoughts are with our Northwest Florida neighbors right now that are going through this one more significant impact, and hoping for the best to everybody that is now under a very important recovery phase. The topic of this day today couldn't be more aligned to what's happening. Coincidentally or not, last year it would be our inaugural forum on September 28th, and we canceled. We were really on the path. We would be celebrating 1 year now. We canceled and we started in December, so we are almost there. And after some coordination and some collaboration, it was clear that there is a lot of alignment and a lot of synergy that we can take from resilience and from preparedness. We have been navigating on the world of hazard mitigation and preparedness very much when we are dealing with our program here at the district. And the topic of today's forum is especially focused on this alignment between resilience and hazard mitigation. And again, I think we have an even bigger reason for being here today. We have a mission, it's a big mission, and we are, just all of you being here today really demonstrate the commitment that we have in South Florida to be able to respond to all those questions Remembering our major goal is really to share data, analysis, tools, models, approaches. We have a big mission. We have knowledge, we have resources that we can share, we should share, so we are more prepared, so we can get more of the grants and the money that couldn't come to Florida, to South Florida, so we are better prepared, so we can have conditions to address, respond, and better really live and ensure our quality of life here in South Florida. So let's all focus on the main goal of here, really making sure we are all ready and share resources. This is not a small mission, this is a big mission, and the more we can share, the more we can learn from each other. I really believe the more we're going to be ready. This slide was here already also talking. We are in the hurricane season, and I think it's important to remember our roles. Rich, our emergency management director, is going to stop by sometime today. It would be good for you all to meet him. So he is really in charge of year-round preparation to ensure that we are operational ready here for hurricane and other emergencies. We have staff, we have our in-house EOC. We do trainings throughout the year, refreshers. We coordinate with like local EOCs. We spent the whole day yesterday, myself and the entire liaison team, coordinating with the local LMSs, the local EOCs that are now either activated or providing any kind of support to their communities today. So we also participate in statewide local mitigation strategy committees. We coordinate with local drainage districts. We have the 298 calls, FEMAs, to really understand how we can prepare and address those tropical storms and major rainfall events. We also have drought emergency response ready when needed. We are in also wet season, king tide season. So this year we are expanding one more step in really documenting those impacts. That's an important effort that we do as an agency. So we invest in documentation. It's going to be our third year now throughout the entire wet season. And with the dates of king tide season being anticipated, we can also prepare even better to be able to document any kind of flooding that might impact our communities. So we have our teams and coordination internally with all the field staff and our external affairs team to be able to understand and document any kind of impact that we might have. This is helpful. This helps us understand, again, vulnerability, bring information that is important to our models, to our planning, and not only us, but everything that we are building is really to attend the communities here. So the database, the observations, everything that we are going to be doing is really to share with you all. I know Libby is going to make a really, really nice presentation later today talking about this. And the one thing I want to bring now in this update is just that this year we have an enhanced tidal forecast outlook. So we began last Monday was the first one, and basically our climate team, in-house climate team, what they do is we do have additional data that can confirm if anticipated king tide events are going to be more or less impactful. Those are wind, ocean current, swells. So we produce a bulletin now, and we are going to be sharing with all the communities. Again, our first one was Monday. As soon as this meeting is over, you're going to receive the link to how to access this information, receive those weekly bulletins throughout the king tide season. This is great information. We'll definitely have them come here in the next forum to talk a little bit about this, and also how we are working with University of Miami to have this really to enhance our capacity to forecast king tide. Useful information to all the communities again. With regards to planning, I was talking about the tools, the data. We have our resiliency plan. The reason this week is big is because we do also have this major deadline. So on Friday, we're going to be publishing the document 2023 update. We received 24 comments from different agencies. We really appreciate the time that all those agencies spend on providing us comments. We always reinforce that this document is an evolving document to evolving conditions. We need your input. We receive input every year. This is our third iteration. And we have a strong document because we got contributions from all of you and working really closely with our modeling vulnerability assessment teams so we understand what are the priority projects that we need to be investing. So we do have, again, our third plan. All our identified priority projects are there. And of course, we use that as a reference for the decision-making and infrastructure investments in the agency. We're also going to have a presentation later today on the coordination efforts with the Army Corps. We're going to try to bring an update on most of those meetings here. There is a lot happening. If you all attended the meeting yesterday, the Southeast Florida Integration meeting, you probably were exposed to the tremendous number of studies that are happening right now in South Florida. And there is a list really waiting there for new studies to begin. So there is really important updates that we're going to be bringing every meeting here to you all. Keep attentive to those. Our two main efforts in terms of resilience is really the CNSF flood resiliency study that we are the local sponsor for this. We reached a milestone on June last year. We obtained the waiver to expand this study from a 3x3 to an 11 million study, total 4 years and a few months. So still targeting WARDA 2026. That was the major happening, but Team Geisen and Eva will definitely talk about this later today. And we are beginning to host initial meetings, really coordination meetings between the agencies, St. John's River, South Florida Water Management District, and the Corps for the next study, the next comprehensive study that we're going to start here. So again, reserve time, reserve some love to be able to attend. Those are really participative forums, and the input coming from all of you is really important. Just a list of some other relevant updates here. We adopted LMS plans from all those counties, Osceola, Orange, Collier, and Broward recently. We are in the Broward one is going to be adopted in our upcoming governing board meeting. So really working closer and closer with our LMSs. I believe we have now maybe 8 of the LMSs already adopted. So our goal is really to ensure that we have all 16 counties adopting their local mitigation plans for the ones that have and have them updated. We also submitted projects. We have disaster declaration open, Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Nicole. So we're working very closely with our counties there. We submitted just yesterday 6 projects that we identify as post-event response. So really on the importance of recovering from an event and also looking at long-term needs and what we need to do in terms of coping with an event better next time. So we submitted those projects, and we're going to be waiting, of course, for the whole entire FDM review process and the tiers that will be allocating the funding to all those counties. We also participated in St. John's River Water Management District Hurricane Preparedness Coordination meetings. We had Osceola and Orange County in those meetings. Again, lessons learned from Ian. We really identify plan of actions, and we have a memorandum of understanding right now on emergency orders. So a lot of responses, a lot of progress that we have been making, very great conversations. And it was on this meeting on the St. John's River Water Management District that they got a lot of the local mitigation strategy people also in the room from those 2 counties and 14 municipalities. The conversation was great. A lot of the points that we look when we are looking at resiliency, Resilient Florida, were also in the room when we were talking hazard mitigation. So it was an inspiration for us also to plan this meeting today with the strong participation from LMS coming from that coordination meeting from St. John's River Water Management District. And I really thank my counterpart there, Tom Frick, for the coordination and example. We continue. I know all of you probably in this room are in the same boat, preparing Resilient Florida grants. They are due September 1st too, so the end of this week. I know we have been sharing a lot of those efforts. We are preparing our grants. We are supporting a lot of the local grants submission as well. I will just bring one quick example that we did this year. We also submitted NOAA grants earlier this week. And I was really proud of coordination that we had with St. Lucie and Martin County. I feel the goal of this meeting is really to do what happened, which is us and the two counties sitting together, planning for an application, a joint type of effort, understanding where we can collaborate, how we can exchange tools. So for me, just that example and jointly application with the two counties is a product of this effort here, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be there from the two counties talking with us. Fingers crossed for all those grants. We have a ton. I think Noah received a lot from Florida for sure. So from the FPLOS program, I know we didn't bring a full presentation to this forum yet. You probably heard from Akin, he's there back in the room, and Honging, the program manager, is also there. We are going to bring them here and provide an update in this forum. We also want to have some kind of recurring participation from the program leads here to share results, to share updates, and from the last time we met to today, we completed 2 phase 1 studies, finished the reports. Those are the basins in Miami, South Miami, 2 groups of basins, 2 studies. So again, we close all the basins in Miami and Broward County for phase 1. This is being leveraged by the CNSF for the resiliency study. Again, important accomplishments that were done by the FPLOS team. And finally, just as I mentioned, a lot of coordination for grant applications. We are all exchanging letters of support. There is a lot of collaboration right now. We thank to all of you that are providing letters to our applications, and we are here again to discuss, review, and collaborate with you all in your projects. 2 good news, and I think we need to learn to celebrate too. We work hard, the teams work hard, and when we get those announcements, sometimes we have so many things to deal and confirm and understand. That was definitely the case, but I think we really need to recognize here the important achievement that we made this week. There is our team that has been working on this BRIC grants now for the 4th year. This is going to be the 4th year that we submit applications to BRIC. We are finally gaining the momentum that we need to make sure that we are on the path here, the right path, and doing I would say the good combination and understanding how we can position our projects well for this opportunity. For all the 3 years, and again this year, we have collaboration with the counties. Both Broward and Miami-Dade are co-applicants with us, and we received the announcement Drew just shared here today. Of 2 new FEMA BRIC grants. This is really exciting news. Those are urgent needs. Those are really important investments that we need to bring to our region. We have talked about the urgency of investing in our coastal structures as well, giving flexibility for us to operate them better, to optimize how we can really respond to sea levels, to limitations that we have today in our gravity system, but exciting. We have I'm going to touch quickly on the 2 recommendations that we received this year. So C9 Basin, it's Broward and Miami. We are partnering also with South Broward Drainage District on that one. So this is again, investments in the primary, secondary system. We have a green infrastructure project associated with all of those. That's definitely the path also for FEMA BRIC, bringing aggregating those additional solutions, more innovative solutions to the traditional gray infrastructure that we need to bring. In this project, for instance, we have a lake, it's Pickwick Lake in the basin, that we're going to be proposing some enhancements, wetland restoration, lake restoration, and really living shorelines and some of those nature-based features associated with the project. The next project that we got another recommendation, it's the C7. It's in Miami. It was for our first priority when we apply on the first year of the program. C7 is the Little River, and it's one of the adaptation action areas from the county. They have been working significantly in this basin. That was the priority number 1 for the county, and it was coincidentally one of the priorities for us too in terms of vulnerability to the coastal structures. So it's really exciting to be able to get more speed on implementing those projects. And in this case, our nature-based feature, it's a great, exciting opportunity because we also partner with the schools, Miami-Dade schools, and this will be a demonstration project inside a school campus for a wetland restoration lake and some additional features. Again, so great projects built with significant contributions from many people, our internal teams, engineering team working with us, modeling team, our economic analysis. Even though we don't have an economist in our team, we have been working very closely with extensive support to be able to perform the economic analysis that are needed for those applications. We have a tool that we develop here that we are all working very intensively to make sure we provide the answers that are required. So significant work from our team, significant collaboration with the counties here. I think I remember having a meeting with Miami with around 30 people in the call to one of the stages of this application. Broward, the same, South Broward Drainage District as well. So again, thank you for working with us, for making sure that we can advance those projects. And we are 100% sure that without this collaboration, we would not be getting those recommendations for awards. So we really appreciate. So we have two more quick updates. They are important. And I'm going to invite Tibebe to come here and talk a little bit about the first one. And then I will be back with my last point.
Good morning, Tibebe Desalem from Hydrology and Hydraulics Bureau. I'm going to discuss on one of the district's initiative on vertical datum upgrade to Navd 88. Just to give you background, the two widely vertical datum used in South Florida are the NGVD 29 and Navd 88. And the first one is the National Geodetic Vertical Datum of 1929. This was referenced to a network of 26 gauges shown in the graphic to the right. And through the use of 1929, surveyors and engineers found some inaccuracies in the system. So the NGS, who is the governing body for vertical datum, came up with a new vertical datum to mitigate these inaccuracies. And currently the district is operating in a derived NGVD 29. The keyword is derived. That means elevations established from Navd 88 but converted to NGVD 29 using offsets until we make the full cutover to Navd 88. And the second vertical datum is 88, the North American vertical datum, and this was established in 1991 from one location in Canada, and it is believed to correct the inaccuracies found in NGVD 29. And the district is working toward this to operate the system in Navd 88. Just to give you perspective on the two vertical datum and the offset associated with it, this is just an example of Lake Okeechobee. A day ago, Lake Okeechobee stage was 14.07 feet Navd 88. That equates to 15.32 NGVD 29. So the difference is as a result of offset. If you look at here at the bottom, the reference point for Navd 88 or the zero Navd 88 is situated 1.25 feet higher than the NGVD 29. So whatever we measure reference to Navd 88 turned out to be at a given location numerically lower than NGVD 29. But the depths of water will not change, or the releases we are making will not change. Nothing will change. The only thing that changes is the reference point, and as a result, we will have new values. Why we are changing to the Navd 88? Of course, the district has a mission to measure accurate elevation data. And as I mentioned earlier, Navd 88 has more accuracy than NGVD 29. And second one is the federal mandate, which was effective back in June of 1983, affirmed Navd 88 as official civilian vertical datum for surveying and mapping. And NGS also doesn't support NGVD29 as survey control points. And for most of you who use the FEMA map, you could see all the results are published in Navd 88. So one has to convert to 29 to get related values. Recent legislatures like Senate Bill 954, which is the statewide flooding and sea level rise resilience, also requires analysis to be conducted in Navd 88. And some of the deliverables also required to be submitted in Navd 88. So what has the district done in response to that? At the district, we launched what we call the Vertical Datum Upgrade project. And it had a number of phases: a planning study phase, and followed by identification of major components for the transition, and of course the implementation phase. Just to give you an idea of the complexity of this process, I'm here depicting how the data flows from the field all the way to operation control room, as well as for public consumption through our DB Hydro browser interface. So typically, we collect at the field elevation related data using sensors, and those sensors are attached to remote terminal units, and they send the information through telemetry system, and then they reach to our operation control room for operating the system. Another route to the data is to our data consolidation and QA inspection to our databases such as DCVP, and we do quality assurance on the data and pass it to processing for further processing to convert it to useful data. We calculate here flow, and then we report to our database, environmental and hydrometeorological database called DB Hydro, for archival as well as for public consumption. So for successful implementation of vertical datum, one has to look at all the databases and applications involved in processing our data. So in the couple of slides, I'm gonna describe what has been done under the Vertical Datum Upgrade project. The first and fundamental work was done under survey and Scada. As you can imagine, with an agency responsible for vast hydrometeorological network, as depicted here, specifically the surface water and groundwater monitoring sites. The first step is to establish elevation at all of these sites through surveying and also installing staff gauges. So this is a huge undertaking, multi-year undertaking. And finally, we have to also calibrate our Scada system in order the sensors collect data in a Navd 88. So this slide looks shows only 3 points, but when you really imagine what the work magnitude looked like, it is a very huge undertaking, and it was a big milestone when we completed this effort. We also upgraded our databases, such as the time series database in DB Hydro, in order the data be displayed, stored in an Navd 88. This is an example of the DB Hydro browser, the interface we use to extract data. And when Navd 88 comes online, users will able to choose the vertical datum they want to extract data with, And then the data will be shown here with the unit, for example, here Navd 88, and also we provide the corresponding offset if the user wants to convert back to 29. We also upgraded the charting or the plotting feature of DB Hydro browser, and when Navd 88 is implemented, users will see a chart that look like this, where we publish the data in one trace, and we have two vertical axes. The left axis shows scale in Navd 88, and the right axis will show in NGVD 29. Another parameter which is important is flow at our control structures. As you know, we have a huge number of water control structures, about 80 pump stations, more than 800 water control structures such as spillways, culverts, and weirs. And we calculate flow at those structures using upstream and downstream water level and structure geometry. So this involves also elevation data. So when we switch to Navd 88, we have to make sure that we are not affecting the flow we calculate. And so this work included impact assessment as a result of vertical datum change, and also upgrading all applications which are used for flow calculation. We also looked at how we go about the documents we have, such as operation plans, basin atlases, and structure information sheet. And we have a strategy during interim or transition period, and when we fully switch over to Navd 88. And partly we publish in some of the documents, we publish both elevations, meaning 88 and 29. But when we switch over to 88, we will show, our documents will show Navd 88 and includes offsets at important features or infrastructures to convert to 29. We also worked with our partner at the Army Corps of Engineers in converting regulation schedules. These are federally approved lines which dictate how the releases from water bodies determined throughout the year. And after a long collaborative effort with Army Corps of Engineers, water managers, surveyors, and engineers, we finally came up with agreed upon offsets to convert the 18 water regulation schedules from NGVD 29 to 88. We also converted the tools such as Operation Decision Support System, which is used by our water managers in day-to-day operation of the system. And this includes converting operation graphs, rules, stage storage curves, and also structure information for different structure types. Of course, undertaking like big magnitude like this, and which involves different stakeholders, it won't be successful if you don't have a strong outreach program. So we also, as part of this project, we have outreach, which included informing and training district personnel on the conversion of vertical datum, partnering with the stakeholders such as 298 districts, Army Corps of Engineers, local and state agencies on this transition. We have also prepared informational document on vertical datum, also maintained a website on vertical datum, which is sfwmd.gov/navd. So how does the rollout look like? So far, we have rolled out the Navd 88 by different functions of the district. The surveying is 100% completed. All surveys actually, for a number of years now, all surveys have been done in Navd 88, and engineering design as well as construction is also conducted in Navd 88. All of our elevation data, be surface water or groundwater, are 100% collected in Navd 88. So what is next? The next is we completed all the prerequisite work to report in Navd 88. So all data, elevation related data in DB Hydro will be reported in Navd 88 starting early 2024. So by that time, users can extract in DB Hydro in both Navd 88 and NGVD 29, with the default being Navd 88. For more information on vertical datum, you could refer sfwmd.gov/navd, and for any questions related to data, you could send to data_requests@sfwmd.gov. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tibebi. That's definitely a tremendous amount of work that we don't expect when we think about that. We are really using as much as opportunities as possible to get the word out and explain where we are. This is important for our partners to also coordinate, and we are always speaking the same language, literally. So thank you, Tibeb, for your update. With that, I'm going to invite Pete Kowakowski here to talk about our saltwater intrusion efforts, mapping efforts.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So for those of you that have a copy of the agenda, you'll notice that it says Saltwater Intrusion Monitoring 2024 update. It doesn't say 2023, so I'm not actually going to be presenting anything to you today. It's more of a plea. So saltwater intrusion has been something that's been experienced in Southeast Florida since 1940s and 50s. It was a concern back then. It's continued to be a concern. But one of the things that we at the district kind of noticed is in terms of comprehensive mapping of the saltwater interface in our coastal aquifers, historically, it's been sort of a catch as catch can type thing. Like I think the most recent one in Broward County was in 1990 by the USGS, and I think Palm Beach County was in 1987, and around that same time, I think it was St. Lucie and Martin County as well. So it really hasn't been a comprehensive, there hasn't been a comprehensive look at this particular issue. So in probably almost 15 years ago now at the district, we were talking about, wanting to do something like that and understanding what, the potential effects of sea level rise and climate change might have on the whole saltwater intrusion phenomenon. So we talked about that and recognized that we wanted to do something, and we did. And in 2009 was the first development of saltwater interface mapping comprehensively through our coastal aquifers in the district. And we decided to do that once every 5 years. We weren't sure if that was the right frequency, but now that we've done it three times now, we've seen that that is more than sufficient to characterize the interface position. On the map today, you'll see that the counties in red are the counties that we did the mapping. You'll note that Miami-Dade is not part of that, and that's because they separately contract with the USGS to do that mapping, and we didn't want to conflict with anything that they were doing. So the first time we did it was in 2009, we did it in 2014, then we did it in 2019. And again, referring back to your agenda, the next time we plan on doing it is next year in 2024. And the data that we use, I would like to be able to refer to it as a saltwater intrusion monitoring network, but it's really not. It's really an ad hoc group of wells that we cobble together and get whatever data we can. We have our own wells. We have wells from the USGS, utilities and others that have to submit data associated with their water use permits. We cobble all that information together, and we do our best to generate the interface maps that we prepare. So that's what we use. I will tell you that I'll call it a network, even though I just said it wasn't, but that network is under attack by development. We've had wells that have been in place for 30 years. I'll give you a quick example. Over in the Naples area, we had a series of wells that was in existence for 30 years. And then a little sleepy 2-lane road became a 6-lane road, and the wells were in the right of way, and the DOT pretty much said, get this out of here. And we did. And thankfully we had some money to replace those wells. But the point being is that that network is always under attack in terms of development and things like that. So we're frequently losing wells that were solid pieces of information that we're using to generate the maps. So that's why it's all the more important to be able to take advantage of any wells that are in existence. And that's the reason I'm here today, is in addition to the wells that we've used previously, my sense is that local governments have access to wells that we're not privy to. And it's because they're not USGS wells or Water Management District wells, or they're not wells that, the data needs to come to us as a condition of your water use permit. So I don't have much of a presentation today. It's, like I said, it's more of a plea, is that, for the development of the maps for next year, we'd really like to reach out to you all and ask if you have wells that, you can make available to us. It would be great. What we typically try to do is focus on collecting data toward the end of the wet season. So in the March, April, May timeframe. I would say just in general, if the wells are east of the turnpike, they're good candidates to be used because that's closer to the position of the interface. And if you can make that available to us, it'd be great if you could collect the sample yourself. But if not, we can probably find some staff here to go out to visit your well and collect some data, collect a water quality sample, just analyzing for basic things like chlorides, total dissolved solids, specific conductance, and things like that. And then, with the knowledge of where the well is located and what depth interval it's sampled from, and with the water quality data, that's another, dot on the map. And I can tell you that over the last couple of years, we've had the ability to install a couple of new wells, and they were $50,000 each because they were down to 200, 300 feet or so. And that's, for a little dot on the map, that's a lot of money. So if you happen to have wells, and so I guess in closing my presentation, if you and your member organizations have access to monitor wells, like I said, in broad terms, east of the turnpike in one of our coastal counties, please get with me. And as I said before, we're looking for data at the end of next dry season in the March, April, May. Here where it is, it's not even September yet. And I'm bringing this up because I know you're going to need to contact other groups within your organizations to see if you actually have wells, and we'll probably take some time to locate them and figure out what depth they are. And I'm going to need all that information to bring back to my team in order to make sure that we can collect the sample sometime in the next dry season. And so that's really what our presentation is today. And for those that are interested, you can go to this particular web link and take a look at the maps that we have generated in the past. At the top is the actual map that shows the position of the saltwater interface. At the bottom, the young folks today call it metadata. I like to call it a big Excel table. And that because that's what it is. And you can take a look at that and see for each individual municipality, county, what have you, you could see the wells that we did use. And if you happen to notice that there are some wells that are not on our table, that would be great. And would love to work with you to make those wells available. We'll take a water quality sample next dry season, and we'll, improve, with that data, we can improve the interpretation of the interface and have a better idea of, whether it's well field withdrawals, whether it's sea level rise, whatever the issue is, I think that will allow us to do a better interpretation, which will inform everything that we're doing in terms of saltwater intrusion as part of the resiliency program. And that's all I have today.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you very much. If you don't have a card from Pete, get one from him. Not today. Perfect. Just don't forget, we also send a reminder, but that's a really important call. This is an effort, again, every 5 years, and we really appreciate you sharing data with us to help us on this effort. So can you put on slide 37, please, Yvette? It's the 37. Slide 37.
Little technical
Oh,
issue, but hold
don't
on,
worry.
we'll bring it
It's
back up.
And while she's moving there, and thank you very much, Yvette. Just one thing that I forgot in my first session here, just recognizing the FDM help in all the grant applications that we submit to them too. They have an awesome team there. When we submit all the LMSs and break applications, we really submit to them, and they come to us and ask questions like, how can we better say that? What additional information can you present? It's very encouraging to know that. I think it helps us a lot. They are there. They have a full team to help us answering the questions the right way, providing data the right way, so our grants have, higher chances. So it's a strong team at the Florida state level. They work really hard. They are super helpful, super great in terms of helping us to find additional information. And they work very closely with us. And I think that's one of the reasons that Florida got as many awards this year. We have a total of 8 or 9 A-BRIC applications and 32 FMA. It's a big number for Florida, and this is good news. So again, work together, take advantage of any available resource that we have there. And I'm gonna just close because I do have a quick exercise for us all to do during the day. We have an open house. This is a different setting, the first time we are doing that. So it's gonna be a little bit of a longer day. We invite you all to go outside when we have our first break after the 2 next presentations. And when we go outside, we want you all to help us think how those efforts overlap. I got this image here from FEMA. We're going to hear from them too in our second presentation after me now. So I got this slide from them, and I really like it because it really talks about the relationship between hazard mitigation and climate adaptation. So they talk about, in terms of traditional hazard mitigation planning, how they address conditions of concern. So usually non-climate hazards, any kind of hazard in the statewide plan effort that we were going to be presented today, but Kristen is going to come in December, so we will see. But in her presentation, they map really well all the hazards that we have. They have hazard profiles to each of one that impact us in Florida. Really great information. If you haven't seen yet, go. It's an interactive map. And again, she'll be here on December. But anyway, they look at all those non-climate hazards in general and how we can really address those. What the climate adaptation planning brings is those evolving, those changing conditions that needs to be accounted for. So it's like how we can look at the long term and plan in a way that accounts for those evolving conditions. And they overlap a lot. They overlap when we are talking about any climate related natural hazards, wildfire, sea level change, really again with the goal of long-term risk reduction and really overlapping in terms of response types. So the more and more we understand and we dig and we navigate in this world, the more we see this integration, the more we see how we can benefit from working together. There is a lot of lessons learned also from hazard mitigation programs that can help us even delineate the projects and the programs that we have. So what I'm inviting you to do, and I'm going to distribute right now copies, I think Francisco has, to all of you. We have this image here, is I made my exercise. I want you to make your quick exercise and give this information to us. Maybe share one word or other when we go through the round table updates. But the exercise I did here is really kind of looking at the hazards that we have, combining them with the evolving conditions. This is really our approach on resilience adaptation planning. And what we want is that our sea level rise and flood resiliency plans are really looking at that. What we want is the climate change action plans are looking at that. I think we have that, and we see a lot of those elements. Local mitigations and strategies in general, and the state program, the Resilient Florida program state, really taking advantage of those processes, of the approaches, the tools that we have in place there. So as we navigate through the open house, as we see, as we talk with other people, with the teams that are here, we have tables for each one of the local mitigation strategy committees. I believe we have 7 or 8 that confirm to be here today. So walk around, talk with them, work with them, see what you can think about that, how you see those things overlapping, and how we can take advantage of existing processes and tools there, really with the focus of long-term risk reduction. I think after Ian, in the statewide trips that our Chief Resilience Officer did, Wes, he always talked about that. We want to be able to rebuild. We want to be able to rebuild to last longer, to be able to cope with those evolving conditions that we have in our state. So with that, I'll invite our first presenter. I know my update was longer today, but a lot of important information. We cut even things out of this update this time, but thank you for the patience. Again, stay long. We have, our agenda is full today. We're going to have a breakout session for the open house, but we're going to come back in the room here. So we hope you all can stay until the end. We have 2 very significant presentations in the second portion. But with that, I'm going to invite our first speaker today. It's Amy Eason from Resilient Martin program. Thank you, Amy.
Good morning. Good morning. Resilient Martin had made its debut in 2020 with a Facebook Live presentation in the middle of COVID. Trying to get public engagement, and at that time was probably very difficult. But Martin County has been looking at resiliency since the 1990s with its beach renourishment program. My name is Amy Eason. I'm coastal engineer, and I'm the Resilient Martin program manager. So today I just want to give you an overview of Resilient Martin, give you an idea of what the stressors that we're looking at, what we've done in the past, what we're doing now, what we're doing in the future, just to give you an idea of what local governments may be looking at when they're thinking about resiliency. If you don't know where we are, shame on you. We are north of Palm Beach County, south of St. Lucie County, in the middle of the Treasure Coast. We have about 22 miles of Atlantic shoreline. We have about 12 miles of shoreline that we actually manage, but a lot of it is private. And I'm sure a lot of us are dealing with that private development that's along the shorelines. We have the St. Lucie River, St. Lucie Estuary, the Indian River Lagoon, and there's a lot of water. And the majority of our population is right there by the coast. So how are we thinking about resiliency, sea level rise, climate impacts? That's an important thing that we all have to plan for. But Martin County really prides itself about the environment. We have about 35,000 acres of environmentally sensitive lands that we manage. And we like to think of ourselves as ecotourism. We've got a lot of nature trails, parks that people just like to be out in the nature and enjoy it. But we need to protect those facilities, and we really need to think about climate adaptation moving forward. We're dealing with stronger storms, high frequency of flooding, saltwater intrusion, water quality. I'm sure you've heard about Lake Okeechobee discharges in the estuary, big topic. Higher insurance costs and beach erosion, and all that would decrease tourism if we don't really keep our resources in check. So just to give you an idea, we see a lot of coastal erosion. This is a picture of Bathtub Beach. You often hear about how it's closed all the time. Well, it's closed during construction right now because we're actually making some improvements. We have aging infrastructure that is impacted by increased heat, flooding, and then we have high tide flooding. And I just want to share with you an event that occurred in September of 2020. It's, your sunny day flooding. This is Merritt Way. It's down in our South County area, and you see there's water on the roads. Here's another example. Southeast Cove Point. The seawall is to the left there. The driveway is right next to the seawall. We got a lot of high tide flooding going on, sunny day flooding. And then this is Port Salerno. If you've ever been to Port Salerno, this is a restaurant, Shrimpers, right there. You can see the dock underwater and the boardwalk underwater. So what do we do about this? And when high tide flooding happens, this is how fast it happens. This is less than an hour. And you can see the increase of the flooding occurring in this parking lot at Chastain Beach. So these are really real things that are happening to us. And we really started in 2017 looking at resiliency with a working group because we want to make sure that we have all our departments together thinking about how we move forward in our planning. We began looking at different projects. How do our CIPs correlate? How can we make those projects better and adapt for sea level rise? We have done a sea level rise report. It's our initial vulnerability assessment. It was done in 2020. And we've had several iterations of that because we have to adapt as legislation changes every year. In May of 2020, as I mentioned, we had our Facebook Live, and we're currently working on our vulnerability assessment again. We're updating it to today's standards. And this slide's off. So in 2021, we had applied for 5 climate adaptation implementation grants. And in 2022, we actually had our first survey to the public and lesson learned on public engagement and getting data from surveys. Don't go 45 questions. The public tends to stay engaged at about 20 questions. So make sure that your questions get to the point and you're getting the data that you need. We also applied for 5 more implementation grants, had 2 planning grants, and as always, as all we are doing here is applying for grants and trying to get that money. So what are we doing now? We have several projects in the works. Mockingbird Lane, this project is raising a road. It has a low elevation of 1.5. So we're looking at raising that road to about 4.5. So how are we really going to do that in a 30-foot right-of-way section? It's a very hard thing to do, but this is an active project that we're working on right now. It's in design phase. Golden Gate SDA, we've got stormwater treatment areas because we want to hold some of that water, release it, and treat it correctly. We have the Indian Riverside Park hybrid living shoreline. We want to protect our park with the breakwaters and living shorelines because we get to reduce the wave action that occurs and reduce the erosion that occurs on our assets. We have the MC2 critical wildlife area because we love our environment. We want to make sure that we're protecting those environmentally sensitive areas. And this island is a critical habitat for wildlife, birds. And then our beach management plan, believe it or not, right now we're in the middle of adapting our beach template for sea level rise so that we can protect our assets as well as the private residents that are along the beach. And that's very important because it's the first time in the state's history that this is being done for our beach nourishment program. So to give you an example of an active project, this is MacArthur Boulevard, and this is Bathtub to Beach, by the way, so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. So in our existing condition before the project, you have the Atlantic Ocean, you have a dune system, and then you have the parking right there at Bathtub Beach, and then you have MacArthur Boulevard. As the storms occur, you get high wave action. It breaches the berm, goes into the parking lot, into MacArthur Boulevard, and you could potentially wipe out that road. Our new project actually looks at raising the seawall, protecting the existing dune system, and then providing some water quality improvements right there in the parking lot, and then looking at the new roadway elevation at 5.25, which is about the 100-year surge elevation. So hopefully our project will protect that road. we will have our seawall at a higher elevation. And notice how it's kind of curved. It kind of prevents that water from kind of overtopping. So it hits the water and then goes back, hits the wall and then goes back. And then right now, this is the wall in construction. It's actually complete right now. The wall's in, but we're going to our next phase of raising the road. And we've received some Resilient Florida money for that. So I mentioned our beach restoration and maintenance program. We're actively renourishing our beach. That is part of our resiliency plan. We're also looking at septic to sewer conversions. As you know, sea level rise impacts our septic systems, and then water quality becomes an issue. And we want to make sure that the public is aware. We have a Protect Our Paradise program to make sure that people know. They come from out of state, they don't understand our systems and what we care about. So we want to make sure that they understand what's going on. So as we look forward, we are currently updating our vulnerability assessment. We're updating it to the state statute. We are going to have that complete in March. And I would say at that point after, we're going to be looking at actionable plans, things that are data-driven, that provide real infrastructure in the ground to adapt to sea level rise and our climate impacts. We have several implementation projects that are in the works. We're looking at our CIP, seeing how we can implement sea level rise in our future planning efforts, which then make them adaptable, and we can make sure that they at least last the lifespan of that facility. We're going to kick off a huge public information campaign, and I'm very happy to say that we're going to do that because we start off with this Facebook Live program, and now we really need to get that public engaged, get that feedback, make sure that we're addressing all the critical assets that the community feels that that are needed to be adapted. And then building collaborations, as Dr. Moran mentioned, St. Lucie County, Martin County, and the district just recently submitted for a NOAA grant, and it was really looking at the flood protection LOS program, the gaps that St. Lucie County and Martin County have in our existing hydraulic modeling, so that we can make sure that we have moving forward actionable projects that really deal what's going on. So we're going to move away from that planning document. It gave us that good information, tells us where our vulnerabilities are, but now we need to start designing and planning those projects. So our next step is really developing climate adaptation plans for those vulnerable areas, making sure that we are putting projects in line that are scheduled and we can see where those tipping points occur, so that when we're looking at a 20-year plan, we know which project we need to do next. And I thank you, as we all are. We're dealing with climate impacts and really need to be thinking about resiliency and those collaborations, because we all have a lot of data to share, and I think when we come together, we'll make a great program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. That was great. Again, one more county bringing their strategies to us. I think we are on the 4th round now, and really great, valuable information coming from the counties. And we want to learn what they're doing. I'm sure the neighbor counties also want, and we can all, again, learn from each other and advance projects that are significant to our region. Yeah? Yes, we have a session, but it's fine. If you want to ask a quick question, it's fine. Yeah? Okay. So we were going to go for the FDEM presentation now, which would really give us the big picture of our state enhanced hazard mitigation plan. But again, we fully understand and support the inability of FDM staff to come today. They are rescheduled for December. We'll share with you the webpage of their plan, which is an incredible plan, and we will get them here. So think about this in the context of today's agenda, having a consolidated, updated plan at the state that was recently approved by FEMA, and really giving us significant tools to look at those hazards and really access funds and coordination here. But at the same line, we have our federal agency here today with us. So we really appreciate Antoinette folks coming here today from, she's from FEMA. She's our local technical support here. She is from the FEMA Mitigation Division, and we really appreciate her time to be with us today. Please take your time as well during the open house to coordinate and get to know her in person. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Good morning, everyone. I am so happy to be here. I came all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, got in yesterday. So I'm excited to be here. This is my first time. So we'll go ahead and get started with today's presentation. Again, my name is Antoinette Folks, and I am from FEMA Region 4. And today I'll be talking about the Building Resilient Infrastructures and Communities Direct Technical Assistance Program. So you'll hear me throughout the presentation refer to the program as BRIC DTA. And again, that stands for the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Direct Technical Assistance Program. So let's go ahead and get started. So today we'll briefly talk about the BRIC DTA program. What is the Building Resilient Infrastructures and Communities Non-Financial Direct Technical Assistance Program? We'll talk about community needs assessments, the Direct Technical Assistance Action Plan, and you'll also have the opportunity to learn about resources and various types of DTA assistance that we offer through this program. So let's kick things off with the vision and the mission. Essentially, what we envision is a nation of resilient and natural hazard. We envision a nation of resilient communities that essentially can withstand natural hazard events. And the way that we envision doing that, our mission is essentially to empower communities through various partnerships and mitigation investments to help the communities essentially advance the natural hazard resilience goals that they have within their own communities. So let's look at the BRIC DTA milestones. How do we get there? So essentially, a community can request the BRIC Direct Technical Assistance by going through the website, signing up. Oftentimes we have communities do their research or they hear someone talk about the BRIC DTA program and how it has benefited them. After the community requests to be a part of the BRIC DTA program, FEMA reviews the DTA request. For this cohort, we have 9 new communities that were selected to be a part of this program. And Miami-Dade County was one of the communities that was selected with this cohort, along with Cedar Key, Florida. So once FEMA reviews the DTA request, an announcement will then come out of the selected communities. We will then have a BRIC DTA kickoff. Many of you may have been on those calls when we had the BRIC DTA kickoff for those newly selected communities for this cohort. Next, the communities will move into a discussion of the Memorandum of Understanding. Once that Memorandum of Understanding is signed between the community and FEMA, the BRIC DTA program will then commence. After the Memorandum of Understanding is signed by both the community and FEMA, we will then roll into those individual meetings with the community to help them develop their Direct Technical Assistance Action Plan. And I like to think of the action plan as the roadmap to where we want to go when it comes to climate resiliency. FEMA will then begin delivering that technical assistance with the community. We ask that communities identify what are those priority areas that you would like assistance with. From there, that's when we start to roll out that technical assistance. And this is an ongoing delivery that will continue to work with these communities for a total of 36 months. Okay, so what is the BRIC Direct Technical Assistance goal? So what we envision doing is increasing the climate and hazard resilience of underserved and disadvantaged communities, as well as our tribal nations through the technical assistance. We're going to focus on holistic community planning, project development. We'll facilitate access to multiple hazard mitigation funding sources, as well as leveraging many of our partnerships that are internal as well as external. So some of the benefits of participating in the BRIC DTA program. So it's not just beneficial to the tribal nation or the community or to our state partners, but it's also beneficial on the federal side. So some of the ways that it's beneficial is, one, the community will be able to tell a compelling story of their climate resiliency goals, what they envision, what picture are they trying to paint, and how are they going to get there. Essentially, the communities will have the opportunity to increase their understanding when it comes to equity-based solutions around climate resiliency. Not only that, they'll have the opportunity to expand their partnerships. This is a mutual learning and collaborative relationship opportunity for both the communities, our state partners with FDM, as well as, again, on the federal side. Now, on the federal side, it also provides an opportunity for FEMA to increase its regional capability and capacity skills as we work with each of these communities. Each of the communities have their unique skill sets. Each community has a different goal that they're trying to accomplish. So we'll also be learning as we're walking alongside each of these communities. And this also helps FEMA center equity at the heart of our programs. It helps us to learn more about climate resiliency and various solutions. So what is a community needs assessment? So you heard me mention when we talked about the milestones that we'll start to have those individual community meetings. So in those individual community meetings, we'll have an opportunity to discuss a community needs assessment. So that community needs assessment, essentially, it provides us an opportunity to engage with the communities, their stakeholders, to essentially determine the extent of what resources does the community need? How are we going to go about partnering them with our internal as well as our external partners? This includes an assessment of the community demographics, underserved populations. It's going to help bring about a promotion of equity when dealing with communities and their partners. The community needs assessment, it is a living document. So when we start, we'll have the opportunity to make adjustments to the needs assessment throughout those 36 months that we're working with these communities. And essentially, the needs assessment findings can be used to help articulate the community needs. It'll help us with identifying various strategies, and it'll also help build the community's capability and capacity throughout these 36 months of partnering with FEMA, and it'll also help lay the foundation for the direct technical assistance plan. So some of the elements of a needs assessment that we'll look at. We'll conduct a needs assessment. The needs assessment essentially supports the communities and the tribal nations to develop those holistic viewpoints when it comes to the community needs. What are their priorities, their vision, looking at the assets as well as those relationships. The needs assessment will essentially help inform the BRIC DTA process as we're working together. It will highlight data and information gaps as we're working through this program. It will identify opportunities for new partnerships. And also it'll help us to leverage some of those existing partnerships with the communities that they already have. It will include an analysis of the community assets. It'll identify their strengths, barriers, and needs to inform the capability and capacity building and action planning within those communities. And most of all, it provides input for the BRIC DTA and the BRIC DTA action plan throughout the grant application process. So you've heard me mention the BRIC DTA action plan. Again, the action plan, I like to think of it as our roadmap to where we are going. Essential elements of the BRIC DTA action plan include, it's an agreed upon technical assistance list of activities. It provides a schedule, the milestones, and most of all, deliverables. It outlines the goals and tasks for accomplishing the technical assistance. It provides an approach as well as methods to facilitate the direct technical assistance throughout these 36 months that we'll be working with the community. And it also is a description of a collaborative governance structure. And most of all, the climate resilience provisions are outlined in the BRIC Direct Technical Assistance Action Plan. Now, moving into some of our partners, you've heard me mention that we have internal as well as our external partners. So those communities that are selected to be a part of the BRIC DTA program, they have access to the Region 4 team. And here at the Region 4 team, you have the Region 4 BRIC DTA team. I am one of the BRIC DTA facilitators that will be assisting the communities that are selected. We also have our planning team, so communities that may need assistance developing a hazard mitigation assistance plan, whether it's developing it or updating them, we can partner them with our planning team. We also have our environmental planning and historic preservation team, EHP. We have our technical partners, our grants management division, as well as our external partners. And I'll provide you information about our external partners on the next slide. So some of the types of assistance that we have our hazard mitigation technical assistance, which you may hear me refer to as HMTAP. So with our HMTAP contract, we have a partnership with an organization that will provide mitigation development, updates, data analysis, site visit and local assessment. They can help with the development of that needs assessment. They also can assist with project benefit cost analysis. That is a big one that we hear from our communities is, hey, we need some assistance with the BCA. Not only do we have our partnership with HMTAP, we also have partnership with CERC, which is our Community Engagement and Risk Communications. So CERC, they help communities to essentially develop their partnerships. If they don't have partnerships, or maybe there's someone in the community that they would like to partner with, but they don't know how to go about approaching that organization or that agency to develop that partnership, CERC can assist with that. They assist with communication and the strategic coordination of those plans. And we also have a partnership with the Minority Serving Institute STEM Research and Development Consortium. That is a mouthful, but we like to refer to it as MSRDC. So with MSRDC, essentially MSRDC, they connect the BRIC DTA communities and the tribal nations with minority serving colleges and universities throughout the nation. That partnership helps the communities with research needs. It helps them support their mitigation, resilience, and climate adaptation goals. So let me give you a quick example. One of the communities that we're working with in Region 4, we've partnered them with MSRDC. They had the opportunity to go through MSRDC's catalog of minority serving institutions and universities to see whom they wanted to partner with. They selected an institution, and they are going to partner with that institution because their capability and capacity to do the research around building codes, to update their building codes, they don't have all of the resources that they need. So they are going to partner with this minority serving university, and they'll help them by doing the research for them, providing them updates, providing them feedback. They'll provide essentially a plan for them on what they need to do when it comes to updating their building codes, but also keeping in mind having a resilience mindset when it comes to building codes. So that's one way that we can partner those communities with MSRDC. So let's talk about the BRIC DTA rollout. We are making progress with the BRIC DTA rollout. Again, I stated we have 9 new communities that have been selected to be a part of the fiscal year 22 rollout. This screen shows just a map of where we are and where we have come from. So we'll start in the upper left-hand corner. The BRIC DTA communities were selected. We again saw that on the milestone document. The communities were notified of their selection. The communities were invited to the BRIC DTA kickoff call. The BRIC DTA Region 14, we hosted that meeting with all of our partners. We also hosted the individual community memorandum of understanding meeting. The communities were then invited to attend that meeting, and the communities then received the memorandum of understanding to review and then get back to us and sign. The deadline for that is Thursday, August 31st. After we receive those signed memorandum of understanding agreements from each of our newly selected communities, we will then move on to the communities being able to start receiving assistance from FEMA Region 4 with the BRIC Direct Technical Assistance Program. From there, the communities will have the opportunity to discuss their list of priorities, what they would like to focus on. We'll have the opportunity to pair those communities with our internal as well as our external partners. We'll have the opportunity to work with those communities to discuss, do they need a needs assessment? And what will that process look like? The communities will then have the opportunity to start working with us to begin working on their direct technical assistance action plan, which is our roadmap to where we want to go to help those communities essentially accomplish all of their climate resiliency goals. Now, before I end, I have just a few quick reminders. I do want to remind those in the room that the notice of interest to the Florida Division of Emergency Management, FDEM, is due on August 31st. So ahead of the fiscal year 2023 application period for the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities programs, the Florida Division of Emergency Management Mitigation Bureau is requiring the submittal of the notice of interest form. All sub-applicants interested in submitting a sub-application for FMA or BRIC must fill out the notice of intent form and submit it to the non-disaster program via email by tomorrow, which is August 31st by 5 p.m. Eastern. If you all are interested in learning more about the BRIC Direct Technical Assistance Program, you can always go to the FEMA website and type in BRIC DTA, or just do a general Google search of BRIC DTA, and you'll have the opportunity to learn more about the BRIC DTA program. But it has been a pleasure speaking with you all today. And again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. I took some notes. I'm filling my document here. I hope you're all getting a lot of those ideas coming from this presentation. Definitely significant input here. And I definitely put community needs assessment inside the circle there, the center of our picture. We're going to open up for questions first, going around the table for this first initial set of presentations in the morning. And then we're going to ask representatives from the local mitigation strategies to also give us a brief update on their work, what they're doing. So we're going to go around the table. But again, we're going to start with the questions. We opened our Zoom this time. It was an exception. But some of the people that had already committed to be here in person could not be here because of the hurricane. So we will be accepting questions coming from the Zoom as well today. We really wanted people to come here in person. This is why we don't open regularly. But it would be unfair to people that had committed already to be here with us. So we are definitely opening the Zoom. Please raise your hand if you are there and want to make a question as well. Yvette, are we okay to control the Zoom? Can you do this part?
I am checking to see if we have any hands raised, and I'll check in the back as well. Oh, yes, we do have a hands raised. Nancy Gassman.
So, okay, we can start with the one from the Zoom, and then we go around the table with questions, and then we go back to the Zoom. And thank you, Yvette, for taking care of that. So, Nancy, please go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it's a great presentation so far. Could Amy talk a little bit more about the Mockingbird Lane road elevation? Those types of projects are of interest to everyone. How are they dealing with harmonization with the private properties, and how are they paying for it?
Well, thank you very much for posing that question. So Mockingbird Lane is in the middle of design. We had received an HMGP grant, which had required us to do an alternatives analysis. That alternatives analysis we had just finished. We looked at 3 different alternatives. So Mockingbird Lane it's about a 10 to 11 foot wide road, and has a ditch that's on the south side of it, and it receives tidal flooding from this ditch. So one of the alternatives was to pipe the ditch, raise the road, and then another alternative was to sheet pile the ditch, just keep it an open connection, raise the road. And then the third alternative was basically the first alternative, but adding a water treatment kind of pond if we were able to purchase a property. All of them, all the alternatives consist of a control structure that would have basically a flap gate on it to control high tidal flooding from coming into the system, and then looking at stormwater flows, because the ditch to the south not only takes in the water from the neighborhood, but offsite water. So it's a lot of offsite flow that we have to pass through the system. So we are in the middle of designing and putting the cross sections together and looking at harmonization. There are several properties, because as you all know, these properties are getting bought up and then they're redeveloping. And then when they come back to redevelop, they have to raise their houses up high enough to be above the FEMA floodplain elevation, at least 1.5 or 2 feet above that. And some of those new houses are already at elevation 11, 10, 9. So some of them are really high, but then we have some that are still kind of low. We do know that there are like 3 properties for sale that are probably going to tear down and redevelop. So when you're looking at harmonization, there's portions of the road that harmonization's going to be a non-issue, because you're raising it from 1.5 to 4. And if your finished floor is at 9, it's a pretty easy harmonization. Those that aren't at those elevations, the idea is to harmonize it all the way as far as we can. We'll be trying to get cooperative easements from them so that we can do that. We're actually doing a public engagement campaign, and it's going door to door, because this is only a 2,500 linear foot road. It's not that big. There's 11 lots on it. So it's going door to door and talking to them about the project and seeing what their concerns are. As for paying for it, right now we do have some grant money to actually pay for the project, but we want the community to also buy into it. So we are going to ask them to, and we don't have that number direct on how much they're going to pay for that, but to help with the project to actually harmonize the project, because this area, they actually came to us and wanted help. So we'll be creating a taxing unit for that. And since I have my assistant public works director here, he can further explain that. George Zorma.
Thanks, Amy. You did a great job. There is a little bit of a pinging. I apologize. It is a bad spot. Amy warned me. This sounds a little better. Okay, good. Amy knows from experience here. So yeah, part of the project, obviously it's beyond our normal level of service for maintaining roads and stormwater in the aspect of raising a road upwards of 3.5 feet is like I said, beyond normal level of service. So in the harmonization and the aspect of much improved infrastructure, we're looking for community buy-in for equitability. So, and that would mean an assessment for each property owner. So like Amy said, we don't know the true number, but the assessment would contribute to the county's match to both grants that we have. Fortunately, this project was on our local mitigation strategy project priority list. We did receive an HMGP grant. And we also received a Florida Resilient grant for our program, which does contribute to the match for the HMGP. So we are fortunate there, but the county still does have some match contributions that are required. So we're looking for each of the property owners to contribute as well. So we will be meeting with each of the property owners. We're going to determine the true cost for the harmonization for all of the properties. It's not just the harmonization, but everyone shares the drainage. The water doesn't decide how much goes on each property per se, but it's equitably distributed, and we want to treat the water as well. So there's a cost to maintaining the conveyance and treatment of the drainage as well. So we'll be meeting individually with the property owners to discuss the projects, to discuss the project and its impact to them. They have for years, I know you saw photos in the presentation, we have a request for service system, and we'll receive hundreds per year, particularly in the fall whenever there's sunny day flooding and folks not being able to get to their properties. So it's a project that's been requested. We're here now, and now's the time to talk about the funding for the project and the impacts of how we're going to assist them accessing their property.
Thank you. I had already added the Raising Road project on the center here because, as you can see, it has the hazard mitigation component. They got the grant from HGMP. They are looking at long-term. They are bringing the road to the 4.5. It wouldn't be 4.5 if you were not looking at the long-term benefits. So this is the perfect example of what we want to discuss here today. And then he confirmed also got Resilient for the money. So perfect example. Thank you. So going around the table, anybody else would like to ask a question? Jim, I know you.
Thanks, Carolyn. So I have a question about the diagram you had about the beach. Is that a park? I'm seeing how the park.
Yeah, so it's an existing beach park, Bathtub Beach. It's one of our precious beaches that we have in Martin County. Yeah, and there's parking at the park. There's a beach pavilion, and then there's a road right there that leads to the park. And that road actually serves a community just south of the park.
So the seawall.
The seawall is to protect MacArthur Boulevard that will go underwater and is an emergency evacuation for the neighborhood south. So the Bathtub Beach does not. That seawall is just for our facilities, Martin County's critical assets, as well as MacArthur Boulevard.
Well, I guess where I'm going is something that we're exploring with the Port of years. A lot of the counties, also obviously have huge designs that are not designed to give a level of protection for storm surge. So we're exploring a new design that is more structured than the one we did before. So in the future, we can all share.
Well, sure. I thought it was on. I have to put, oh, that's no fun. But I think the fact you had, even in the park like that, that kind of is something to watch, because the way you designed that, the new enhanced seawall that you mentioned, that caught my attention. And so the Corps wants, if the Corps designed something to give us protection from like what's happening in the Horseshoe Bend, it's much more than what we do currently on the beach. So whether or not it's practical for us, I don't know, but it'll be something we can all look at, because it would be designed to really protect from storm surge rather than just, reduce the energy. Thanks.
Okay, going around the table, any more questions for Antoinette and Amy? Yvette, do we have anybody online?
No, Dr. Emery, no hands raised.
Okay. Giving a few more seconds to see if anybody wants. Otherwise, we're going to start our around the table updates from local mitigation strategy committees. Oh, you have a question?
Yes. So there's like several different components of that. It's the seawall. We actually have a project to do the dune plantings. We're actually going to be renourishing that beach very soon. It's actually on the street right now to renourish that beach. So we're just trying to time that so all the components come together. The raising of the road is the next portion of that, but we needed to at least put the protection in so that we can do the next part.
So I can expound further on the project. It's under my purview in the Public Works Department. There's two components to the project, and one is the shoreline armoring we call, which is the wall, which is actually within the dune. So they had to be permitted separately with the DEP. We had to first permit the shoreline armoring of the wall to protect the infrastructure of mainly, as Amy said, MacArthur Boulevard, which is the only access to Sailfish Point, the southern peninsula or the southern community on the island. And then we had once we started construction with the wall, then we started permitting for the roadway elevation component. This project, like Mockingbird, this was on our LMS project priority list. It was the #1 ranked project, got awarded HMGP grant, and we also applied for a Florida Resilient Martin grant, in which we received for the roadway elevation portion. So the shoreline armoring aspect is to basically support the dune in its role as a structural element to protect infrastructure. So in Bathtub Beach, it's just, it's in a unique area of wave action, and just the proximity, its proximity to the inlet creates very strong energy, and there's a lot of erosion of the dune and berm. So we were able to get this wall permitted, and basically it holds the line. So we do not, and really the basis is to prevent emergency hauling of sand to rebuild the dune during those intense wave action circumstances. So we've had several occasions where I know you saw on some of the slides, dozers on the beach. Those are occasions where we actually import sand in emergency circumstances to hold the line so the road doesn't get washed out. So this wall will really help with those circumstances where, you know, the dune can erode to a certain point, and once it hits the wall, hopefully the wall will protect the asset until we do our systematic or cyclic beach renourishment projects, which are generally every 2 to 3 years. So fortunately, following this project, we just completed the wall. We actually have a beach restoration, beach renourishment project in which they'll restore the dune, actually cover the wall. The wall will not be seen to the public until an unfortunate circumstance of erosion. But and that in the restoration of the dune, there will be dune plantings as well. So yeah, there's two components, and then we have we're actually adding a wall on the river side or the west side of the road as well to elevation 6 to protect the tidal flooding on the riverside as well. So a lot to this project. We've learned a lot. It was split phased and with HMGP, so navigating that with FDM and FEMA, and adding in another DEP resilience grant to that, and all the permitting that was involved. We've learned a lot, and we're really glad to share this project with everyone else.
Thank you, Giorgio. Any more questions? Pete, can you repeat the question for the
Can you
online?
please speak into the mic?
Pete, just repeat the question, Pete.
Yeah, the question is, how is the salinity toe being measured within the monitor wells, right? Yeah, because we don't have a network, we have an ad hoc group of wells. We don't have wells at, every particular depth. So there's a lot of hydrogeologic interpretation of the interface, and it looks at things like the various depths. So some wells are 20 feet deep. The ones that I mentioned that we installed recently are on the order of 200 or 300 feet deep. So the interface position that's mapped is sort of an interpretation of the furthest inland extent of the interface, and that attempts to take into account that in some locations, the interface is at, as you said, the toe at the base of the aquifer, and sometimes it's coming in at a more productive zone in the middle of the aquifer. We plotted wells from like 5 foot down all the way to 300 feet, being more practical and during that community. We found that that's not the correct way to go. The USGS concurs with us on that. You tend to get, because the aquifer is not uniform, there are producing zones and there are confining zones within that whole section of the superficial aquifer system. And what you're doing is you're allowing water to move from permeable layers to other permeable layers instead of focusing specifically on individual layers themselves. And we try to discourage people from doing what you're suggesting, because it allows for inter-aquifer movement of water, and sometimes that means salt water can then move into fresher portions of the aquifer that are not saline. So we tend to try to, when we install wells, we tend to focus them on maybe 10-foot length of screen so that we're sampling discrete portions of the aquifer, sometimes at the base of the aquifer where the toe is, and sometimes again in other areas where it's more productive, which may be 50 or 100 feet deep.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, so, oh, yes, Isabel, can you borrow a microphone? Yes, perfect.
The press, okay, thank you. Wait. I'm sorry, Pete, I have 3 questions. So, first 2 are easy, I think. So is it moving inland? Is that what we're seeing in terms of the saltwater line?
Well, yes and no. There's a couple of areas, not many, but there's a couple of areas like in the Lake Worth Lantana area where the interface actually retreated toward the coast. And that was because of 2 things, I believe. One is those municipalities installed some wells further to the west, which reduced the stress on the aquifer near the coast, which was pulling salt water in. And then the other thing is they diversified their resources in the situation of Lake Worth Beach. They installed a Florida aquifer well field to supplement that. So those 2 things have tended to reduce the pumping of the coastal wells, and that actually caused the interface to retreat. Unfortunately, that's probably one of the few examples where that happened. Most of the other locations, the interface has either pretty much stabilized, or there's a couple of areas where we're definitely seeing movement. I would say if I had to, again, we're not looking at Miami-Dade County, but if I had to pick a county that probably has more interface movement than all the others, it's probably Broward. And that's why we actually installed a couple of wells over the last couple of years in some areas where we were particularly concerned. And the good news is where we did install those wells, we didn't find any, and those wells are further to the west of the mapped interface position. And so when we did that, one was in Pompano, one was in Hollywood. And when we did that, the values that we got were actually fresher than we would have thought. So the good news is that there was, in those locations, it wasn't moving rapidly to the west, which we thought that it might be. But in general, those are some of the areas that we did see some westward movement in the interface. And again, I would say, but with this 2024 update, I expect that probably October of next year, we're going to have updated maps for all of the coastal counties except Miami-Dade. And Carolina, if you'll have me, I would be happy to make the presentation of what we found.
Already did, and
Is that question 1?
Yeah, and that actually answer my second question. I wanted to know if what difference you were seeing and how fast maybe it was, going west towards inland. If you've seen a big change, among the 3 times where it's been measured. And mainly that was tied to my last question. How then does that define the water use permit approach? Because are you using the latest measurements, or is it an extrapolation when those decisions are made?
Well, and are you talking specifically of Broward or just in general?
Just in general.
Yeah, the maps that, so we had the 2009, 2014, and 2019. Those maps are not only available to you and the public, but also to our Water Use Bureau permitting staff. So they look at those, and that helps inform them in terms of any additional monitoring that may be required, or whether or not the requested allocation is something that they would approve.
Okay, thank you.
Sure thing.
And I will add, on August 24th, we had the Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan meeting, and that's available on our website. And there was a lot of really in-depth conversation about that planning process. And so if you have questions, that may be a good resource for you too.
Yes, great. And all this information is also available in our water climate resilience portal. We have a hub, so the maps are all there. We're going to continue to bring that to inform you all and compile all the information in one place. So we have trends for a lot of metrics there, and including saltwater intrusion maps. Okay, questions? This is great. This is the longest Q&A session we had so far, and we really like this. Yeah, last one, it's fine.
Yes, we are aware of the new vertical datum coming online, and our also implementation covers that. We are aware it is coming, and we made accommodation for the new system. And the good news is, once we move to Navd 88, it is easier to move to the new system. But it is going to be very difficult if we stay at NGVD 29.
Evolving conditions. We are having to be flexible. Okay, so we're going to start around the table with the LMSs. I'm going to need help to go around, because when we were sending the invitations and even mapping the many of the counties, we have people using multiple hats. This is very common. So we have overlap of public works, we have overlap of emergency managers, we have overlap of a series of functions in the county. And our goal here was to bring people from the LMS teams that would be dealing with the questions that we discuss here. So we will see different hats being here representing the LMS, the staff that are really dealing with this HGMP grants, with the hazard mitigation plans that we have at the local level. So this is what we want to kind of hear a little bit. The tables outside also will be covering this, so spend time. This is just a 2-minute introduction, so people get really curious and know where to go when we open the doors to go to the open house. So I will start with the most familiar face to me, which is Robin. He actually made the bridge for us to bring FEMA here today. Thank you very much, Robin. Again, I don't know if you're going to be the person talking on Miami, but feel free to introduce you and your folks and whoever is representing you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moran, for that introduction. Yes, my name is Robin Yang, and I act as the emergency management planner for the county. And I also wear the hat of being the chair of our LMS. To my left is my manager, Sherry Capers. She's in charge of our new directorate for now until they hire the director. She's the manager for resiliency, mitigation, and recovery. And then further down the line, we have Jim Murley, our resilience officer, and Irela, our chief pay officer.
Thank you. Anything else, just in terms of what you have today?
Yeah, in the table, if anybody approaches me, I was going to mention that we're, like many of the other counties in our area, we're undergoing the update of our LMS, of our plan. It kind of coincides. I don't know if the state purposefully coordinated it so that when theirs is ready, then the other ones are ready. But it timed out to be, it works out pretty well because then we can use their plan as a model to guide ours. And also FEMA recently updated their LMS guidance as well. So we'll be taking that into account. And we're glad to partner with the FEMA DTA program to also assist us in that process so that we can create a better plan that addresses the issues that we're discussing today. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So I'm going to go around the table, San Lucy, and ask you please to introduce yourselves and tell us the hats.
Always many of those. So to my left here is Oscar Hance. He's our Emergency Management Planner, Recovery Mitigation, right?
Among other things. Yes.
Among other things, yes. I'm Sanchi Hawkins. I am the Interim Public Safety Assistant Director / EM Manager. To my right, Jamie Rollis. He's the Assistant Public Director. And then I have Sandy Brogan. She's our Resiliency Navigator. Too many titles here. Okay, so as for St. Lucie County, our plan was revised and approved, and we're not due until 2025. We currently have 113 projects on our list, and that list is updated annually and reviewed and approved by our LMS working group. And we have thus far had 3 applicants to submit for Hurricane Ian and Nicole grants. So that's where St. Lucie is.
Perfect, great, thank you. Okay, Martin.
George Zama, once again, Martin County Public Works Deputy Director. I also serve as our LMS Chair, serving my 4th term. I must be doing something right, or no one else wants the job. But no, we're doing very well, thanks to Sanji, who was our Deputy Emergency Management Director. She left for St. Lucie County. It was bittersweet for us, but I'm really happy for her. She actually was a critical element in the streamlining and revamping of our LMS. Several years ago, before I became chair, it was a little haphazard, to say the least. And we actually created a lot of structure with our LMS. We now have an 11-member committee. We have subcommittees for vetting project initiatives. With her assistance, I created a scoring criteria for all of our project initiatives, and we now have a subcommittee that verify. Each applicant has to submit the scores, the scoring criteria, scoring sheet with their initiative, and we have a subcommittee that vets the scores and actually gets implemented into our project priority list. We do that twice a year, so it's routinely updated, and and then we have four meetings per year. They're quarterly, and we go over updates, what's happening with FEMA, FDEM, and surrounding LMSs. Our committees is comprised of we only have 5 other municipalities in the county. So we have 5 municipalities, obviously the county, the school district, the hospital, and key members of the community. And fortunately, one of the good members that we have in the private industry is one of our more prevalent insurance agents in the area. So that really helps too, gives us good perspective on what's going on with insurance and some of those issues that are going on. So overall, we're doing very well. We have about 40 or 30 projects on our list now. We're actually implementing a lot of the projects too, so it's really good to see, and some of which are not even with hazard mitigation grants. So good to keep updated, and be happy to talk about our program further.
Thank you very much. So City of Miami Beach, do you have, are you here representing LMS or no? Okay, thank you. Indian Trail, I know we're going to have the second round. We are really going on the LMS. Village of Wellington, are you representing LMS?
So my name is Kyle Berg. I'm a senior engineer for the Village of Wellington, and we also act as the district engineers for the Acme Improvement District as well. So it's kind of one and the same. We're actually working on 2 mitigation projects. The Acme Improvement District is split into 2 basins. We have Basin A and Basin B. So in the south, we have Pump Station 2, which is only used on an emergency basis. This would be like during, I think the last time we used it was Isaac, Tropical Storm Isaac. So we're looking at a full rehab of that. I think we're in for grants on that one as well. So that'll be a total reconstruction of 3 pumps, including the pump structure, the walls, everything. And then we have an additional project in Basin A, which is approximately 3 miles long. We're going to increase the conveyance of the C9 canal, and we're working with FP&L to basically install dry detention along their entire easement corridor, which is parallel to Southern Boulevard and the C51 canal. So that's the 2 mitigation improvements we're looking at right now currently, in addition to, you know, just replacing our aging infrastructure, which is a constant battle. So that's about it for now.
That's great. We are currently doing an FPLS phase 1 study in the region. When we move to phase 2, I'm sure the team is there hearing to capture all those projects that are happening on the secondary system as well. Okay, I don't see the cards, apologies, but.
It's right, we're from the City of Port St. Lucie Utilities, but we're not prepared to speak on that.
Okay, no problem. Boyton, are you?
I'm not here for the LMS.
Okay. Florida Fish.
I'm Erin McDevitt, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. I'm here on behalf of our Regional Director, Tom Reinert, who is very involved right now with our law enforcement and other teams preparing for emergency response in Hurricane Idalia areas. But my position at FWC is habitat, coastal habitat restoration. And so in other meetings, I would say I'm a habitat restoration biologist. Here, I will say I coordinate green infrastructure projects. So we at the agency have a core team, a climate resiliency and adaptation team that's working very hard to integrate all the programs of FWC to make sure that we're all working together to build projects that are adaptable and resilient. And in that, we are looking to coordinate infrastructure for the purposes of building habitats for animals, of course, native wildlife, but also to increase resiliency for humans and to build that green infrastructure to help build resilience and adaptation for the people of Florida. So we have a habitat or a climate resiliency coordinator. His name's Logan Benedict. We've been trying to plug him into this initiative as well, but he lives in St. Petersburg. So today I don't think he's even probably able to be watching us through the Zoom, but at some point it would be really great to have him come and speak specifically to some of the programs and some of the planned implementation that we have for habitat as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to, but coming back, we are on the LMS still. So moving to Broward first. Do you have anybody from LMS here?
Is Mr. Fowler here? Someone from Broward LMS or Emergency Management? Perhaps online?
Do you know if Carr is online?
I am looking. I do not. Let me scroll down.
Okay, let's move to Miami and, sorry, Palm Beach, and we can come back if we find the Broward. We have been coordinating with them. As we said, we're going to be adopting their LMS in our upcoming governing board meeting. Okay, Palm Beach.
Good morning, I'm Jerry Clairday, the LMS CRS coordinator for Palm Beach County. Recently, I believe 2 weeks ago, we received a 98% score on our CRS recertification. Within the past 10 days, we have provided 11 letters of support. 9 projects were for the HMGP DR 4673. Those 11 projects are from 5 municipalities and 1 special district. And we are in the process of our LMS revision. As Mr. Yang said, there is new criteria, and Pasco County and Palm Beach County are the first two to be operating on the new crosswalk. That doesn't affect me. I know some of my colleagues and counterparts have severe angst, but as I'm still new, I didn't work off of the old crosswalk, so it's fine by me. We are still requesting public input on our current document, the LMS 2020. We also have our public survey still available. Next week, we will be publishing our first draft, and then week after, we'll have our first public forum. So with all of that, our revision, LMS 2024, will be submitted to FDEM on April 1st.
Great. Anybody else in the room? External Affairs, please help me to recognize if we have anybody in the room here, otherwise we're going to go online. Okay. Do we have anybody from Osceola or Orange? I know you're probably deeply involved on those discussions there, but do we have anybody online from Orange or Osceola County?
If you're attending from those counties, can you please raise your hand if you're on Zoom? Dr. Moran, I have no hands raised.
Okay. I'm trying to get you quickly go. Do we have Monroe County in the? Okay. Collier, I know Collier said no. I think Collier, oh, maybe Collier said maybe online. I think they were busy too. No.
No hand raised from those counties.
Okay, I'm trying to remember, Nicole, am I forgetting anybody that RSVP? I think that was our list. We had 8 or 9 that RSVP. I think I went through all of them. Anybody that I'm missing? Give us a second here. Perfect. So let's invite Okeechobee too, you mentioned? Okay, so we have 3 to come. So Okeechobee first and the 2 cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Rich Reed, Deputy County Administrator for Okeechobee County. Our LMS working group has really been working hard over the last year. We've really tried to come back together. We have a number of agencies all throughout our county, as well as a number of utility, our Okeechobee Utility Authority, and a bunch of other folks that are also participating. We've just submitted 5 projects for our HMGP, hopefully for Tier 1 and Tier 2 as that becomes available. So we'll be looking forward for that funding. Also, a number of our projects on our priority list, we've been fortunate to receive funding through Resilient Florida. So we're pleased with that. And we're working with the district on some of those projects. So we're grateful for that and appreciative. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Richard. Nice meeting you. We'll keep in contact. And so Village of Key Biscayne.
Hold it, okay.
Hello, my name is Colleen Blank. I'm the Capital Improvement Program and Grants Manager for the Village of Key Biscayne. We are the island south of the city of Miami. We're about 1 square mile total with 15,000 people. So we're very dense. We're a barrier island, and as such, we have very similar vulnerabilities to Martin County. What we're doing is embarking on a comprehensive resilient infrastructure program that is going to attempt to underground our utilities, upgrade our water and sewer, but then also upgrade and expand our stormwater system so that we can pump out the adequate capacity into Biscayne Bay through outfalls and dissipators. Along with that, we're working with the Army Corps of Engineers to go through a feasibility study for our back bay as well as the ocean side in conjunction with Miami-Dade County. I'm sure you've heard about the Army Corps and Miami-Dade County working together on that. We're working in a parallel track. Related to hazard mitigation grant program assistance, we received 2 grants in the last COVID cycle. One was for pump station generators that we desperately need in 2 of our pump stations that don't have generators. So very thankful for that support. And the other one is some stormwater improvements for what's called our garden district. It's a condominium section of the village that gets flooded fairly consistently. The roads in the village are only about 3 to 4 feet above sea level, so we get constant sunny day flooding. And then we just applied for HMDP grant through the Hurricane Ian opening for the pump station that will be sited in our first zone of resilient infrastructure of approximately 8 throughout the island. And that pump station will be pumping anywhere from like 50 to 250 CFS to get the water off the roads. So that's the plan.
Yeah, great, thank you very much. And the other person is from Miami, City of Miami? Oh, it's Doral, I apologize.
Hi, good morning. Wilkie Vega from City of Doral. Thank you for having me here. It's the first time on the building. I just started the position 8 months ago. So I'm the city stormwater utility manager. So right now we have about 3 projects for mitigations, and we're still applying for 3 more grants from FEMA. And also we have a state grant we're applying for. And right now one of the 3 projects that we have is related to the canal that we have in North area, 58th Street, which is will be a relief for the business owners in the area. In the past 7 years, we had major flood events in the area, and about 12 inches of water raised. So it was really impacting not only the residents, but in this case, and all the gas stations that we have within the area, rental equipment businesses. So that's a most that we have to finish hopefully by the end of this month. And we also in the process of running the study for the vulnerabilities assessment for critical facilities that we have within the city, major roadway access for the hospital. So this study is an state grant too that will allow us to identify not only the critical structures, but how we're going to proceed in the next five years with these projects to see what's going to be the implementation on the final solution. So we have 2 major presentations within the citizens. So we're going to not only provide the engineering background and assessment that we have for this project, but also get some feedback from the outreach process that we are conducting right now within the city, and hopefully we can accommodate a nice plan for the next 5 to 10 years for these facilities. So thank you for having us here.
Thank you, Will. Thank you very much for being here. Just by anybody else, Nicole? Yes.
So just an opportunity to allow 3 counties that RSVP'd, they would be either online or in person. So just one last chance to call on Carl Fowler from Broward, William Lang from Collier, and Patrick Fuller from Charlotte, if they're online.
If you are online, please raise your hand and unmute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. I know you have been working very closely on identifying those names. Thank you, everybody, for all the updates. It's very evident that we have a lot of synergy here a lot of projects. I always read that really water, flood, stormwater is 90% of the climate-related impacts, and it's very evident what we have here in the room today. So again, reinforcing the need for us to be here and talking about this and learning from each other and coordinating. I will invite you all to go outside. We have some good materials that we prepare, that our partners prepare. We have a series of tables. If Nicole, you want to just talk a little bit about the tables we have there outside so they know what to look for, that would be great. And before Nicole just talk about the tables, we will also use this time for a lunch break. We have our cafeteria right here. So spend your time, eat something, go around the tables, please. And we are planning to be back in about an hour and a half, 1 hour 15. I think if we're back by 12:30, so we don't end too late. I'm open for any kind of suggestions, but I was planning on being back around 12:30, 12:40, the latest. Does that sound good? Okay, Nicole, go ahead and just talk about the tables we have there.
Sure. And before I talk about the tables, I just want to mention we also have the employee bake sale happening. So if you didn't bring lunch and you don't want to head to the cafeteria, please do see in front of the sign-in table, we have the bake sale. So as far as the setup for the tables, there are name tents for the 8, maybe now 6 counties. Because of the storm, we had a couple last-minute cancellations with names of the counties. And I know a lot of folks already set up some materials. And then we have a table for the resiliency team, district resiliency, all of our initiatives, as well as our flood protection level of service program. And this is really an opportunity to just talk about projects, network. We have FEMA here, thankfully. So another opportunity there for us to questions, resources. And if you are online and you weren't able to make it for whatever reason, please do feel free to reach out to myself or Yvette, and we can give you more information about what goes on during the open house today. We'll also follow up with minutes and any important items to flag regarding local mitigation strategies and the information shared during the open house.
Thank you.
See you at 12:30.
Yes, so see you all 12:30, 12:40, the latest. And remembering, we have 2 more presentations. One is going to be from Libby on our flood observation and database. And also the next one is going to be from the Corps. We have Eva, she just arrived. I see her there. This is going to be on the upcoming efforts, including the CNSF study. So we will see you again around 12:30 here back in the room. Thank you.
Water shapes life in South Florida. We are surrounded by beautiful beaches and our precious Everglades. Our very quality of life depends on the South Florida Water Management District effectively managing and protecting water resources for more than 9 million people. Representing many locations here in South Florida, this model explains different inland water storage options. They include large reservoirs and small neighborhood lakes, our many protected natural areas, including the Everglades, and also our primary, secondary, and tertiary canals that carry excess water to the ocean. This interconnected system protects our communities from flooding and also prevents saltwater intrusion from contaminating our groundwater system. Groundwater is the major source of water supply in our region. The Central and Southern Florida Project was designed and built more than 70 years ago and was crucial for the development of the South Florida region. It is important to understand how this massive stormwater system works. Predetermined water levels are maintained at established elevations year-round. When it rains, canals fill up and the coastal structure gates open to send stormwater to tide by gravity. The bi-gravity characteristic of the system means the capacity of these structures is determined based on the difference of elevation between the inland canals, or the headwater, and the tide elevation, known as the tailwater. Tide levels, as expected, vary at different times of the day and during different seasons, allowing saltwater to move in and out. The inland water levels are then managed to counterbalance the saltwater pressure and prevent it from flowing to coastal well fields, where our primary drinking water supply comes from. The next piece of this connected water system is the Everglades. This invaluable resource provides habitat for a diverse range of endangered species and serves as storage for multiple water needs in our region. primary goals of Everglades restoration are to increase freshwater storage, improve the timing and distribution of water and water quality. These efforts are vital to South Florida's water availability, groundwater recharge, and for the prevention of saltwater contamination. Maintaining freshwater levels and flow volumes in the Everglades is also key for restoring Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay. In a future with anticipated sea level rise, effective management of the complex system becomes even more important. Rising sea levels impact various aspects of the water management system, including flood protection and water supply, and also Everglades restoration. When the ocean or tidal levels are higher than the inland canal elevations, the discharge capacities of the coastal structures are limited. Once it rains and canal levels rise, these structures cannot open because of the higher sea levels. Flooding events occur mainly around secondary and tertiary canals, which lose their capacity to discharge to the primary canals managed by the South Florida Water Management District. Higher sea levels also impact water supply, as the saltwater front impacts existing well fields and water sources are contaminated. Desalination technologies are expensive, and the aquifer storage and recovery process is complex. Several utilities experience loss of well field capacity due to inland movement of saltwater, which is exacerbated by sea level rise, resulting in significant adaptation costs being imposed to many coastal water utilities. For the past 10 years, South Florida Water Management District has been looking at structural and non-structural investments needed to address sea level rise and other climate change impacts. One of the many possible adaptation options are forward pumping installations. These facilities can assist in increasing coastal structures' discharge capacities during rainfall events and when gravity structures cannot be opened because of sea level rise and higher tidal elevations. The pumps can provide additional flood protection to the community. As part of an adaptation strategy, the creation of temporary stormwater storage inland, associated with green infrastructure solutions, can support enhanced water quality and groundwater recharge, reduce peak discharges, and create opportunities to pump water south as part of Everglades restoration efforts. Increasing water volumes will be needed to prevent saltwater intrusion along the coast and balancing freshwater flows to Florida and Biscayne Bays. There are many efforts being advanced in South Florida to assess climate change impacts and propose adaptation and mitigation strategies. Local government and partnerships have been producing vulnerability assessments and resilience strategies to cope with observed and predicted changes in groundwater and sea levels, rainfall patterns, storm surges, and other anticipated future conditions. The most significant resiliency effort being advanced by the district is the Flood Protection Level of Service Program. Since 2015, approximately $4 million has been invested in assessing flood protection performance relative to structure design under future conditions, including sea level rise. Ongoing studies in the most critical basins have been supporting decision-making on prioritizing long-term infrastructure improvements and adaptation needs. Given the urgency and the magnitude of identified investments, our governing board approved a letter of endorsement requesting the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to seek federal funding to revisit the Central and South Florida project and initiate a flood resiliency study, justified by the changed physical conditions already impacting the original project purposes. Through Everglades restoration efforts, the Flood Protection Level of Service Program, and other coordinated efforts in our region, the South Florida Water Management District is proactively addressing sea level rise and other climate impacts in our system. Partnering with the United States Army Corps of Engineers in this additional effort will put us in a great position to solve the existing and future limitations in our Central and South Florida system and continue to implement our mission to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders. Water shapes life in South Florida. We are surrounded by beautiful beaches and our precious Everglades. Our very quality of life depends on the South Florida Water Management District effectively managing and protecting water resources for more than 9 million people. Representing many locations here in South Florida, this model explains different inland water storage options. They include large reservoirs and small neighborhood lakes, our many protected natural areas, including the Everglades, and also our primary, secondary, and tertiary canals that carry excess water to the ocean. This interconnected system protects our communities from flooding and also prevents saltwater intrusion from contaminating our groundwater system. Groundwater is the major source of water supply in our region. The Central and Southern Florida project was designed and built more than 70 years ago and was crucial for the development of the South Florida region. It is important to understand how this massive stormwater system works. Predetermined water levels are maintained at established elevations year-round. When it rains, canals fill up, and the coastal structure gates open to send stormwater to tide by gravity. The by-gravity characteristic of the system means the capacity of these structures is determined based on the difference of elevation between the inland canals, or the headwater, and the tide elevation, known as the tailwater. Tide levels, as expected, vary at different times of the day and during different seasons, allowing saltwater to move in and out. The inland water levels are then managed to counterbalance the saltwater pressure and prevent it from flowing to coastal well fields, where our primary drinking water supply comes from. The next piece of this connected water system is the Everglades. This invaluable resource provides habitat for a diverse range of endangered species and serves as storage for multiple water needs in our region. Primary goals of Everglades restoration are to increase freshwater storage, improve the timing and distribution of water and water quality. These efforts are vital to South Florida's water availability, groundwater recharge, and for the prevention of saltwater contamination. Maintaining freshwater levels and flow volumes in the Everglades is also key for restoring Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay. In a future with anticipated sea level rise, effective management of the complex system becomes even more important. Rising sea levels impact various aspects of the water management system, including flood protection and water supply, and also Everglades restoration. When the ocean or tidal levels are higher than the inland canal elevations, the discharge capacities of the coastal structures are limited. Once it rains and canal levels rise, these structures cannot open because of the higher sea levels. Flooding events occur mainly around secondary and tertiary canals, which lose their capacity to discharge to the primary canals managed by the South Florida Water Management District. Higher sea levels also impact water supply, as the saltwater front impacts existing well fields and water sources are contaminated. Desalination technologies are expensive, and the aquifer storage and recovery process is complex. Several utilities experience loss of well field capacity due to inland movement of saltwater, which is exacerbated by sea level rise, resulting in significant adaptation costs being imposed to many coastal water utilities. For the past 10 years, South Florida Water Management District has been looking at structural and non-structural investments needed to address sea level rise and other climate change impacts. One of the many possible adaptation options are forward pumping installations. These facilities can assist in increasing coastal structures' discharge capacities during rainfall events and when gravity structures cannot be opened because of sea level rise and higher tidal elevations. The pumps can provide additional flood protection to the community. As part of an adaptation strategy, the creation of temporary stormwater storage inland, associated with green infrastructure solutions, can support enhanced water quality and groundwater recharge, reduce peak discharges, and create opportunities to pump water south as part of Everglades restoration efforts. Increasing water volumes will be needed to prevent saltwater intrusion along the coast and balancing freshwater flows to Florida and Biscayne Bays. There are many efforts being advanced in South Florida to assess climate change impacts and propose adaptation and mitigation strategies. Local government and partnerships have been producing vulnerability assessments and resilience strategies to cope with observed and predicted changes in groundwater and sea levels, rainfall patterns, storm surges, and other anticipated future conditions. The most significant resiliency effort being advanced by the district is the Flood Protection Level of Service Program. Since 2015, approximately $4 million has been invested in assessing flood protection performance relative to structure design under future conditions, including sea level rise. Ongoing studies in the most critical basins have been supporting decision-making on prioritizing long-term infrastructure improvements and adaptation needs. Given the urgency and the magnitude of identified investments, our governing board approved a letter of endorsement requesting the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to seek federal funding to revisit the Central and South Florida project and initiate a flood resiliency study, justified by the changed physical conditions already impacting the original project purposes. Through Everglades restoration efforts, the Flood Protection Level of Service Program, and other coordinated efforts in our region, the South Florida Water Management District is proactively addressing sea level rise and other climate impacts in our system. Partnering with the United States Army Corps of Engineers in this additional effort will put us in a great position to solve the existing and future limitations in our Central and South Florida system and continue to implement our mission to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders. Water shapes life in South Florida. We are surrounded by beautiful beaches and our precious Everglades. Our very quality of life depends on the South Florida Water Management District effectively managing and protecting water resources for more than 9 million people. Representing many locations here in South Florida, this model explains different inland water storage options. They include large reservoirs and small neighborhood lakes, our many protected natural areas, including the Everglades, and also our primary, secondary, and tertiary canals that carry excess water to the ocean. This interconnected system protects our communities from flooding and also prevents saltwater intrusion from contaminating our groundwater system. Groundwater is the major source of water supply in our region. The Central and Southern Florida project was designed and built more than 70 years ago and was crucial for the development of the South Florida region. It is important to understand how this massive stormwater system works. Predetermined water levels are maintained at established elevations year-round. When it rains, canals fill up, and the coastal structure gates open to send stormwater to tide by gravity. The by-gravity characteristic of the system means the capacity of these structures is determined based on the difference of elevation between the inland canals, or the headwater, and the tide elevation, known as the tailwater. Tide levels, as expected, vary at different times of the day and during different seasons, allowing saltwater to move in and out. The inland water levels are then managed to counterbalance the saltwater pressure and prevent it from flowing to coastal well fields, where our primary drinking water supply comes from. The next piece of this connected water system is the Everglades. This invaluable resource provides habitat for a diverse range of endangered species and serves as storage for multiple water needs in our region. Primary goals of Everglades restoration are to increase freshwater storage, improve the timing and distribution of water and water quality. These efforts are vital to South Florida's water availability, groundwater recharge, and for the prevention of saltwater contamination. Maintaining freshwater levels and flow volumes in the Everglades is also key for restoring Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay. In a future with anticipated sea level rise, effective management of the complex system becomes even more important. Rising sea levels impact various aspects of the water management system, including flood protection and water supply, and also Everglades restoration. When the ocean or tidal levels are higher than the inland canal elevations, the discharge capacities of the coastal structures are limited. Once it rains and canal levels rise, these structures cannot open because of the higher sea levels. Flooding events occur mainly around secondary and tertiary canals, which lose their capacity to discharge to the primary canals managed by the South Florida Water Management District. Higher sea levels also impact water supply, as the saltwater front impacts existing well fields and water sources are contaminated. Desalination technologies are expensive, and the aquifer storage and recovery process is complex. Several utilities experience loss of well field capacity due to inland movement of saltwater, which is exacerbated by sea level rise, resulting in significant adaptation costs being imposed to many coastal water utilities. For the past 10 years, South Florida Water Management District has been looking at structural and non-structural investments needed to address sea level rise and other climate change impacts. One of the many possible adaptation options are forward pumping installations. These facilities can assist in increasing coastal structures' discharge capacities during rainfall events and when gravity structures cannot be opened because of sea level rise and higher tidal elevations. The pumps can provide additional flood protection to the community. As part of an adaptation strategy, the creation of temporary stormwater storage inland, associated with green infrastructure solutions, can support enhanced water quality and groundwater recharge, reduce peak discharges, and create opportunities to pump water south as part of Everglades restoration efforts. Increasing water volumes will be needed to prevent saltwater intrusion along the coast and balancing freshwater flows to Florida and Biscayne Bays. There are many efforts being advanced in South Florida to assess climate change impacts and propose adaptation and mitigation strategies. Local government and partnerships have been producing vulnerability assessments and resilience strategies to cope with observed and predicted changes in groundwater and sea levels, rainfall patterns, storm surges, and other anticipated future conditions. The most significant resiliency effort being advanced by the district is the Flood Protection Level of Service Program. Since 2015, approximately $4 million has been invested in assessing flood protection performance relative to structure design under future conditions, including sea level rise. Ongoing studies in the most critical basins have been supporting decision-making on prioritizing long-term infrastructure improvements and adaptation needs. Given the urgency and the magnitude of identified investments, our governing board approved a letter of endorsement requesting the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to seek federal funding to revisit the Central and South Florida project and initiate a flood resiliency study, justified by the changed physical conditions already impacting the original project purposes. Through Everglades restoration efforts, the Flood Protection Level of Service Program, and other coordinated efforts in our region, the South Florida Water Management District is proactively addressing sea level rise and other climate impacts in our system. Partnering with the United States Army Corps of Engineers in this additional effort will put us in a great position to solve the existing and future limitations in our Central and South Florida system and continue to implement our mission to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders. Water shapes life in South Florida. We are surrounded by beautiful beaches and our precious Everglades. Our very quality of life depends on the South Florida Water Management District effectively managing and protecting water resources for more than 9 million people. Representing many locations here in South Florida, this model explains different inland water storage options. They include large reservoirs and small neighborhood lakes, our many protected natural areas, including the Everglades, and also our primary, secondary, and tertiary canals that carry excess water to the ocean. This interconnected system protects our communities from flooding and also prevents saltwater intrusion from contaminating our groundwater system. Groundwater is the major source of water supply in our region. The Central and Southern Florida project was designed and built more than 70 years ago and was crucial for the development of the South Florida region. It is important to understand how this massive stormwater system works. Predetermined water levels are maintained at established elevations year-round. When it rains, canals fill up, and the coastal structure gates open to send stormwater to tide by gravity. The by-gravity characteristic of the system means the capacity of these structures is determined based on the difference of elevation between the inland canals, or the headwater, and the tide elevation, known as the tailwater. Tide levels, as expected, vary at different times of the day and during different seasons, allowing saltwater to move in and out. The inland water levels are then managed to counterbalance the saltwater pressure and prevent it from flowing to coastal well fields, where our primary drinking water supply comes from. The next piece of this connected water system is the Everglades. This invaluable resource provides habitat for a diverse range of endangered species and serves as storage for multiple water needs in our region. Primary goals of Everglades restoration are to increase freshwater storage, improve the timing and distribution of water and water quality. These efforts are vital to South Florida's water availability, groundwater recharge, and for the prevention of saltwater contamination. Maintaining freshwater levels and flow volumes in the Everglades is also key for restoring Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay. In a future with anticipated sea level rise, effective management of the complex system becomes even more important. Rising sea levels impact various aspects of the water management system, including flood protection and water supply, and also Everglades restoration. When the ocean or tidal levels are higher than the inland canal elevations, the discharge capacities of the coastal structures are limited. Once it rains and canal levels rise, these structures cannot open because of the higher sea levels. Flooding events occur mainly around secondary and tertiary canals, which lose their capacity to discharge to the primary canals managed by the South Florida Water Management District. Higher sea levels also impact water supply, as the saltwater front impacts existing well fields and water sources are contaminated. Desalination technologies are expensive, and the aquifer storage and recovery process is complex. Several utilities experience loss of well field capacity due to inland movement of saltwater, which is exacerbated by sea level rise, resulting in significant adaptation costs being imposed to many coastal water utilities. For the past 10 years, South Florida Water Management District has been looking at structural and non-structural investments needed to address sea level rise and other climate change impacts. One of the many possible adaptation options are forward pumping installations. These facilities can assist in increasing coastal structures' discharge capacities during rainfall events and when gravity structures cannot be opened because of sea level rise and higher tidal elevations. The pumps can provide additional flood protection to the community. As part of an adaptation strategy, the creation of temporary stormwater storage inland associated with green infrastructure solutions can support enhanced water quality and groundwater recharge, reduce peak discharges, and create opportunities to pump water south as part of Everglades restoration efforts. Increasing water volumes will be needed to prevent saltwater intrusion along the coast and balancing freshwater flows to Florida and Biscayne Bays. There are many efforts being advanced in South Florida to assess climate change impacts and propose adaptation and mitigation strategies. Local government and partnerships have been producing vulnerability assessments and resilience strategies to cope with observed and predicted changes in groundwater and sea levels, rainfall patterns, storm surges, and other anticipated future conditions. The most significant resiliency effort being advanced by the district is the Flood Protection Level of Service Program. Since 2015, approximately $4 million has been invested in assessing flood protection performance relative to structure design under future conditions, including sea level rise. Ongoing studies in the most critical basins have been supporting decision-making on prioritizing long-term infrastructure improvements and adaptation needs. Given the urgency and the magnitude of identified investments, our governing board approved a letter of endorsement requesting the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to seek federal funding to revisit the Central and South Florida project and initiate a flood resiliency study, justified by the changed physical conditions already impacting the original project purposes. Through Everglades restoration efforts, the Flood Protection Level of Service Program, and other coordinated efforts in our region, the South Florida Water Management District is proactively addressing sea level rise and other climate impacts in our system. Partnering with the United States Army Corps of Engineers in this additional effort will put us in a great position to solve the existing and future limitations in our Central and South Florida system and continue to implement our mission to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders. Water shapes life in South Florida. We are surrounded by beautiful beaches and our precious Everglades. Our very quality of life depends on the South Florida Water Management District effectively managing and protecting water resources for more than 9 million people. Representing many locations here in South Florida, this model explains different inland water storage options. They include large reservoirs and small neighborhood lakes, our many protected natural areas, including the Everglades, and also our primary, secondary, and tertiary canals that carry excess water to the ocean. This interconnected system protects our communities from flooding and also prevents saltwater intrusion from contaminating our groundwater system. Groundwater is the major source of water supply in our region. The Central and Southern Florida project was designed and built more than 70 years ago and was crucial for the development of the South Florida region. It is important to understand how this massive stormwater system works. Predetermined water levels are maintained at established elevations year-round. When it rains, canals fill up, and the coastal structure gates open to send stormwater to tide by gravity. The by-gravity characteristic of the system means the capacity of these structures is determined based on the difference of elevation between the inland canals, or the headwater, and the tide elevation, known as the tailwater. Tide levels, as expected, vary at different times of the day and during different seasons, allowing saltwater to move in and out. The inland water levels are then managed to counterbalance the saltwater pressure and prevent it from flowing to coastal well fields, where our primary drinking water supply comes from. The next piece of this connected water system is the Everglades. This invaluable resource provides habitat for a diverse range of endangered species and serves as storage for multiple water needs in our region. Primary goals of Everglades restoration are to increase freshwater storage, improve the timing and distribution of water and water quality. These efforts are vital to South Florida's water availability, groundwater recharge, and for the prevention of saltwater contamination. Maintaining freshwater levels and flow volumes in the Everglades is also key for restoring Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay. In a future with anticipated sea level rise, effective management of the complex system becomes even more important. Rising sea levels impact various aspects of the water management system, including flood protection and water supply, and also Everglades restoration. When the ocean or tidal levels are higher than the inland canal elevations, the discharge capacities of the coastal structures are limited. Once it rains and canal levels rise, these structures cannot open because of the higher sea levels. Flooding events occur mainly around secondary and tertiary canals, which lose their capacity to discharge to the primary canals managed by the South Florida Water Management District. Higher sea levels also impact water supply, as the saltwater front impacts existing well fields and water sources are contaminated. Desalination technologies are expensive, and the aquifer storage and recovery process is complex. Several utilities experience loss of well field capacity due to inland movement of saltwater, which is exacerbated by sea level rise, resulting in significant adaptation costs being imposed to many coastal water utilities. For the past 10 years, South Florida Water Management District has been looking at structural and non-structural investments needed to address sea level rise and other climate change impacts. One of the many possible adaptation options are forward pumping installations. These facilities can assist in increasing coastal structures' discharge capacities during rainfall events and when gravity structures cannot be opened because of sea level rise and higher tidal elevations. The pumps can provide additional flood protection to the community. As part of an adaptation strategy, the creation of temporary stormwater storage inland, associated with green infrastructure solutions, can support enhanced water quality and groundwater recharge, reduce peak discharges, and create opportunities to pump water south as part of Everglades restoration efforts. Increasing water volumes will be needed to prevent saltwater intrusion along the coast and balancing freshwater flows to Florida and Biscayne Bays. There are many efforts being advanced in South Florida to assess climate change impacts and propose adaptation and mitigation strategies. Local government and partnerships have been producing vulnerability assessments and resilience strategies to cope with observed and predicted changes in groundwater and sea levels, rainfall patterns, storm surges, and other anticipated future conditions. The most significant resiliency effort being advanced by the district is the Flood Protection Level of Service Program. Since 2015, approximately $4 million has been invested in assessing flood protection performance relative to structure design under future conditions, including sea level rise. Ongoing studies in the most critical basins have been supporting decision-making on prioritizing long-term infrastructure improvements and adaptation needs. Given the urgency and the magnitude of identified investments, our governing board approved a letter of endorsement requesting the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to seek federal funding to revisit the Central and South Florida project and initiate a flood resiliency study, justified by the changed physical conditions already impacting the original project purposes. Through Everglades restoration efforts, the Flood Protection Level of Service Program, and other coordinated efforts in our region, the South Florida Water Management District is proactively addressing sea level rise and other climate impacts in our system. Partnering with the United States Army Corps of Engineers in this additional effort will put us in a great position to solve the existing and future limitations in our Central and South Florida system and continue to implement our mission to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders. Water shapes life in South Florida. We are surrounded by beautiful beaches and our precious Everglades. Our very quality of life depends on the South Florida Water Management District effectively managing and protecting water resources for more than 9 million people. Representing many locations here in South Florida, This model explains different inland water storage options. They include large reservoirs and small neighborhood lakes, our many protected natural areas, including the Everglades, and also our primary, secondary, and tertiary canals that carry excess water to the ocean. This interconnected system protects our communities from flooding and also prevents saltwater intrusion from contaminating our groundwater system. Groundwater is the major source of water supply in our region. The Central and Southern Florida project was designed and built more than 70 years ago and was crucial for the development of the South Florida region. It is important to understand how this massive stormwater system works. Predetermined water levels are maintained at established elevations year-round. When it rains, canals fill up, and the coastal structure gates open to send stormwater to tide by gravity. The by-gravity characteristic of the system means the capacity of these structures is determined based on the difference of elevation between the inland canals, or the headwater, and the tide elevation, known as the tailwater. Tide levels, as expected, vary at different times of the day and during different seasons, allowing saltwater to move in and out. The inland water levels are then managed to counterbalance the saltwater pressure and prevent it from flowing to coastal well fields, where our primary drinking water supply comes from. The next piece of this connected water system is the Everglades. This invaluable resource provides habitat for a diverse range of endangered species and serves as storage for multiple water needs in our region. Primary goals of Everglades restoration are to increase freshwater storage, improve the timing and distribution of water and water quality. These efforts are vital to South Florida's water availability, groundwater recharge, and for the prevention of saltwater contamination. Maintaining freshwater levels and flow volumes in the Everglades is also key for restoring Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay. In a future with anticipated sea level rise, effective management of the complex system becomes even more important. Rising sea levels impact various aspects of the water management system, including flood protection and water supply, and also Everglades restoration. When the ocean or tidal levels are higher than the inland canal elevations, the discharge capacities of the coastal structures are limited. Once it rains and canal levels rise, these structures cannot open because of the higher sea levels. Flooding events occur mainly around secondary and tertiary canals, which lose their capacity to discharge to the primary canals managed by the South Florida Water Management District. Higher sea levels also impact water supply, as the saltwater front impacts existing well fields and water sources are contaminated. Desalination technologies are expensive, and the aquifer storage and recovery process is complex. Several utilities experience loss of well field capacity due to inland movement of saltwater, which is exacerbated by sea level rise, resulting in significant adaptation costs being imposed to many coastal water utilities. For the past 10 years, South Florida Water Management District has been looking at structural and non-structural investments needed to address sea level rise and other climate change impacts. One of the many possible adaptation options are forward pumping installations. These facilities can assist in increasing coastal structures' discharge capacities during rainfall events and when gravity structures cannot be opened because of sea level rise and higher tidal elevations. The pumps can provide additional flood protection to the community. As part of an adaptation strategy, the creation of temporary stormwater storage inland associated with green infrastructure solutions can support enhanced water quality and groundwater recharge, reduce peak discharges, and create opportunities to pump water south as part of Everglades restoration efforts. Increasing water volumes will be needed to prevent saltwater intrusion along the coast and balancing freshwater flows to Florida and Biscayne Bays. There are many efforts being advanced in South Florida to assess climate change impacts and propose adaptation and mitigation strategies. Local government and partnerships have been producing vulnerability assessments and resilience strategies to to cope with observed and predicted changes in groundwater and sea levels, rainfall patterns, storm surges, and other anticipated future conditions. The most significant resiliency effort being advanced by the district is the Flood Protection Level of Service Program. Since 2015, approximately $4 million has been invested in assessing flood protection performance relative to structure design under future conditions, including sea level rise. Ongoing studies in the most critical basins have been supporting decision-making on prioritizing long-term infrastructure improvements and adaptation needs. Given the urgency and the magnitude of identified investments, our governing board approved a letter of endorsement requesting the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to seek federal funding to revisit the Central and South Florida project and initiate a flood resiliency study, justified by the changed physical conditions already impacting the original project purposes. Through Everglades restoration efforts, the Flood Protection Level of Service Program, and other coordinated efforts in our region, the South Florida Water Management District is proactively addressing sea level rise and other climate impacts in our system. Partnering with the United States Army Corps of Engineers in this additional effort will put us in a great position to solve the existing and future limitations in our Central and South Florida system and continue to implement our mission to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders. Water shapes life in South Florida. We are surrounded by beautiful beaches and our precious Everglades. Our very quality of life depends on the South Florida Water Management District effectively managing and protecting water resources for more than 9 million people. Representing many locations here in South Florida, this model explains different inland water storage options. They include large reservoirs and small neighborhood lakes, our many protected natural areas, including the Everglades, and also our primary, secondary, and tertiary canals that carry excess water to the ocean. This interconnected system protects our communities from flooding and also prevents saltwater intrusion from contaminating our groundwater system. Groundwater is the major source of water supply in our region. The Central and Southern Florida project was designed and built more than 70 years ago and was crucial for the development of the South Florida region. It is important to understand how this massive stormwater system works. Predetermined water levels are maintained at established elevations year-round. When it rains, canals fill up, and the coastal structure gates open to send stormwater to tide by gravity. The by-gravity characteristic of the system means the capacity of these structures is determined based on the difference of elevation between the inland canals, or the headwater, and the tide elevation, known as the tailwater. Tide levels, as expected, vary at different times of the day and during different seasons, allowing saltwater to move in and out. The inland water levels are then managed to counterbalance the saltwater pressure and prevent it from flowing to coastal well fields, where our primary drinking water supply comes from. The next piece of this connected water system is the Everglades. This invaluable resource provides habitat for a diverse range of endangered species and serves as storage for multiple water needs in our region. Primary goals of Everglades restoration are to increase freshwater storage, improve the timing and distribution of water and water quality. These efforts are vital to South Florida's water availability, groundwater recharge, and for the prevention of saltwater contamination. Maintaining freshwater levels and flow volumes in the Everglades is also key for restoring Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay. In a future with anticipated sea level rise, effective management of the complex system becomes even more important. Rising sea levels impact various aspects of the water management system, including flood protection and water supply, and also Everglades restoration. When the ocean or tidal levels are higher than the inland canal elevations, the discharge capacities of the coastal structures are limited. Once it rains and canal levels rise, these structures cannot open because of the higher sea levels. Flooding events occur mainly around secondary and tertiary canals, which lose their capacity to discharge to the primary canals managed by the South Florida Water Management District. Higher sea levels also impact water supply, as the saltwater front impacts existing well fields and water sources are contaminated. Desalination technologies are expensive, and the aquifer storage and recovery process is complex. Several utilities experience loss of well field capacity due to inland movement of saltwater, which is exacerbated by sea level rise, resulting in significant adaptation costs being imposed to many coastal water utilities. For the past 10 years, South Florida Water Management District has been looking at structural and non-structural investments needed to address sea level rise and other climate change impacts. One of the many possible adaptation options are forward pumping installations. These facilities can assist in increasing coastal structures' discharge capacities during rainfall events and when gravity structures cannot be opened because of sea level rise and higher tidal elevations. The pumps can provide additional flood protection to the community. As part of an adaptation strategy, the creation of temporary stormwater storage inland, associated with green infrastructure solutions, can support enhanced water quality and groundwater recharge, reduce peak discharges, and create opportunities to pump water south as part of Everglades restoration efforts. Increasing water volumes will be needed to prevent saltwater intrusion along the coast and balancing freshwater flows to Florida and Biscayne bays. There are many efforts being advanced in South Florida to assess climate change impacts and propose adaptation and mitigation strategies. Local government and partnerships have been producing vulnerability assessments and resilience strategies to cope with observed and predicted changes in groundwater and sea levels, rainfall patterns, storm surges, and other anticipated future conditions. The most significant resiliency effort being advanced by the district is the Flood Protection Level of Service Program. Since 2015, approximately $4 million has been invested in assessing flood protection performance relative to structure design under future conditions, including sea level rise. Ongoing studies in the most critical basins have been supporting decision-making on prioritizing long-term infrastructure improvements and adaptation needs. Given the urgency and the magnitude of identified investments, our governing board approved a letter of endorsement requesting the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to seek federal funding to revisit the Central and South Florida project and initiate a flood resiliency study, justified by the changed physical conditions already impacting the original project purposes. Through Everglades restoration efforts, the Flood Protection Level of Service Program, and other coordinated efforts in our region, the South Florida Water Management District is proactively addressing sea level rise and other climate impacts in our system. Partnering with the United States Army Corps of Engineers in this additional effort will put us in a great position to solve the existing and future limitations in our Central and South Florida system and continue to implement our mission to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders. Water shapes life in South Florida. We are surrounded by beautiful beaches and our precious Everglades. Our very quality of life depends on the South Florida Water Management District effectively managing and protecting water resources for more than 9 million people. Representing many locations here in South Florida, this model explains different inland water storage options. They include large reservoirs and small neighborhood lakes, our many protected natural areas, including the Everglades, and also our primary, secondary, and tertiary canals that carry excess water to the ocean. This interconnected system protects our communities from flooding and also prevents saltwater intrusion from contaminating our groundwater system. Groundwater is the major source of water supply in our region. The Central and Southern Florida project was designed and built more than 70 years ago and was crucial for the development of the South Florida region. It is important to understand how this massive stormwater system works. Predetermined water levels are maintained at established elevations year-round. When it rains, canals fill up, and the coastal structure gates open to send stormwater to tide by gravity. The by-gravity characteristic of the system means the capacity of these structures is determined based on the difference of elevation between the inland canals, or the headwater, and the tide elevation, known as the tailwater. Tide levels, as expected, vary at different times of the day and during different seasons, allowing saltwater to move in and out. The inland water levels are then managed to counterbalance the saltwater pressure and prevent it from flowing to coastal well fields, where our primary drinking water supply comes from. The next piece of this connected water system is the Everglades. This invaluable resource provides habitat for a diverse range of endangered species and serves as storage for multiple water needs in our region. Primary goals of Everglades restoration are to increase freshwater storage, improve the timing and distribution of water and water quality. These efforts are vital to South Florida's water availability, groundwater recharge, and for the prevention of saltwater contamination. Maintaining freshwater levels and flow volumes in the Everglades is also key for restoring Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay. In a future with anticipated sea level rise, effective management of the complex system becomes even more important. Rising sea levels impact various aspects of the water management system, including flood protection and water supply, and also Everglades restoration. When the ocean or tidal levels are higher than the inland canal elevations, the discharge capacities of the coastal structures are limited. Once it rains and canal levels rise, these structures cannot open because of the higher sea levels. Flooding events occur mainly around secondary and tertiary canals, which lose their capacity to discharge to the primary canals managed by the South Florida Water Management District. Higher sea levels also impact water supply, as the saltwater front impacts existing well fields and water sources are contaminated. Desalination technologies are expensive, and the aquifer storage and recovery process is complex. Several utilities experience loss of well field capacity due to inland movement of saltwater, which is exacerbated by sea level rise, resulting in significant adaptation costs being imposed to many coastal water utilities. For the past 10 years, South Florida Water Management District has been looking at structural and non-structural investments needed to address sea level rise and other climate change impacts. One of the many possible adaptation options are forward pumping installations. These facilities can assist in increasing coastal structures' discharge capacities during rainfall events and when gravity structures cannot be opened because of sea level rise and higher tidal elevations. The pumps can provide additional flood protection to the community. As part of an adaptation strategy, the creation of temporary stormwater storage inland, associated with green infrastructure solutions, can support enhanced water quality and groundwater recharge, reduce peak discharges, and create opportunities to pump water south as part of Everglades restoration efforts. Increasing water volumes will be needed to prevent saltwater intrusion along the coast and balancing freshwater flows to Florida and Biscayne Bays. There are many efforts being advanced in South Florida to assess climate change impacts and propose adaptation and mitigation strategies. Local government and partnerships have been producing vulnerability assessments and resilience strategies to cope with observed and predicted changes in groundwater and sea levels, rainfall patterns, storm surges, and other anticipated future conditions. The most significant resiliency effort being advanced by the district is the Flood Protection Level of Service Program. Since 2015, approximately $4 million has been invested in assessing flood protection performance relative to structure design under future conditions, including sea level rise. Ongoing studies in the most critical basins have been supporting decision-making on prioritizing long-term infrastructure improvements and adaptation needs. Given the urgency and the magnitude of identified investments, our governing board approved a letter of endorsement requesting the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to seek federal funding to revisit the Central and South Florida project and initiate a flood resiliency study, justified by the changed physical conditions already impacting the original project purposes. Through Everglades restoration efforts, the Flood Protection Level of Service Program, and other coordinated efforts in our region, the South Florida Water Management District is proactively addressing sea level rise and other climate impacts in our system. Partnering with the United States Army Corps of Engineers in this additional effort will put us in a great position to solve the existing and future limitations in our Central and South Florida system and continue to implement our mission to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders. Water shapes life in South Florida. We are surrounded by beautiful beaches and our precious Everglades. Our very quality of life depends on the South Florida Water Management District effectively managing and protecting water resources for more than 9 million people. Representing many locations here in South Florida, this model explains different inland water storage options. They include large reservoirs and small neighborhood lakes, our many protected natural areas, including the Everglades, and also our primary, secondary, and tertiary canals that carry excess water to the ocean. This interconnected system protects our communities from flooding and also prevents saltwater intrusion from contaminating our groundwater system. Groundwater is the major source of water supply in our region. The Central and Southern Florida project was designed and built more than 70 years ago and was crucial for the development of the South Florida region. It is important to understand how this massive stormwater system works. Predetermined water levels are maintained at established elevations year-round. When it rains, canals fill up, and the coastal structure gates open to send stormwater to tide by gravity. The by-gravity characteristic of the system means the capacity of these structures is determined based on the difference of elevation between the inland canals, or the headwater, and the tide elevation, known as the tailwater. Tide levels, as expected, vary at different times of the day and during different seasons, allowing saltwater to move in and out. The inland water levels are then managed to counterbalance the saltwater pressure and prevent it from flowing to coastal well fields, where our primary drinking water supply comes from. The next piece of this connected water system is the Everglades. This invaluable resource provides habitat for a diverse range of endangered species and serves as storage for multiple water needs in our region. Primary goals of Everglades restoration are to increase freshwater storage, improve the timing and distribution of water and water quality. These efforts are vital to South Florida's water availability, groundwater recharge, and for the prevention of saltwater contamination. Maintaining freshwater levels and flow volumes in the Everglades is also key for restoring Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay. In a future with anticipated sea level rise, effective management of the complex system becomes even more important. Rising sea levels impact various aspects of the water management system, including flood protection and water supply, and also Everglades restoration. When the ocean or tidal levels are higher than the inland canal elevations, the discharge capacities of the coastal structures are limited. Once it rains and canal levels rise, these structures cannot open because of the higher sea levels. Flooding events occur mainly around secondary and tertiary canals, which lose their capacity to discharge to the primary canals managed by the South Florida Water Management District. Higher sea levels also impact water supply, as the saltwater front impacts existing well fields and water sources are contaminated. Desalination technologies are expensive, and the aquifer storage and recovery process is complex. Several utilities experience loss of well field capacity due to inland movement of saltwater, which is exacerbated by sea level rise, resulting in significant adaptation costs being imposed to many coastal water utilities. For the past 10 years, South Florida Water Management District has been looking at structural and non-structural investments needed to address sea level rise and other climate change impacts. One of the many possible adaptation options are forward pumping installations. These facilities can assist in increasing coastal structures' discharge capacities during rainfall events and when gravity structures cannot be opened because of sea level rise and higher tidal elevations. The pumps can provide additional flood protection to the community. As part of an adaptation strategy, the creation of temporary stormwater storage inland associated with green infrastructure solutions can support enhanced water quality and groundwater recharge, reduce peak discharges, and create opportunities to pump water south as part of Everglades restoration efforts. Increasing water volumes will be needed to prevent saltwater intrusion along the coast and balancing freshwater flows to Florida and Biscayne Bays. There are many efforts being advanced in South Florida to assess climate change impacts and propose adaptation and mitigation strategies. Local government and partnerships have been producing vulnerability assessments and resilience strategies to cope with observed and predicted changes in groundwater and sea levels, rainfall patterns, storm surges, and other anticipated future conditions. The most significant resiliency effort being advanced by the district is the Flood Protection Level of Service Program. Since 2015, approximately $4 million has been invested in assessing flood protection performance relative to structure design under future conditions, including sea level rise. Ongoing studies in the most critical basins have been supporting decision-making on prioritizing long-term infrastructure improvements and adaptation needs. Given the urgency and the magnitude of identified investments, our governing board approved a letter of endorsement requesting the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to seek federal funding to revisit the Central and South Florida project and initiate a flood resiliency study, justified by the changed physical conditions already impacting the original project purposes. Through Everglades restoration efforts, the Flood Protection Level of Service Program, and other coordinated efforts in our region, the South Florida Water Management District is proactively addressing sea level rise and other climate impacts in our system. Partnering with the United States Army Corps of Engineers in this additional effort will put us in a great position to solve the existing and future limitations in our Central and South Florida system and continue to implement our mission to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders. Water shapes life in South Florida. We are surrounded by beautiful beaches and our precious Everglades. Our very quality of life depends on the South Florida Water Management District effectively managing and protecting water resources for more than 9 million people. Representing many locations here in South Florida, this model explains different inland water storage options. They include large reservoirs and small neighborhood lakes, our many protected natural areas, including the Everglades, and also our primary, secondary, and tertiary canals that carry excess water to the ocean. This interconnected system protects our communities from flooding and also prevents saltwater intrusion from contaminating our groundwater system. Groundwater is the major source of water supply in our region. The
Flood control is a critical component of life in Florida. If you haven't lived in Florida for long, you may not know that our climate has two seasons, wet and dry. Weather in South Florida has a way of ignoring the calendar and expectations of what's normal. We remind ourselves of this fact of living in the Sunshine State each June during Flood Awareness Month. The South Florida Water Management District operates and maintains the region's primary water management system. Vast in scale, the network of canals, levees, and structures was authorized by Congress more than 60 years ago to protect residents and businesses from floods and droughts. This primary system connects to community drainage districts and hundreds of smaller neighborhood systems to effectively manage floodwaters during heavy rain. As a result of this interconnected drainage system, flood control in South Florida is a shared responsibility between the South Florida Water Management District, county and city governments, local drainage districts, homeowners associations, and residents. Operations and maintenance staff at the South Florida Water Management District serve our region from 8 field stations as well as from our headquarters building in West Palm Beach. Field station staff are who you are most likely to see in your community, working every day to make sure the regional water management system operates smoothly and efficiently to provide flood control and protect regional water supplies. Throughout the year, operations and maintenance staff oversee more than 2,175 miles of canals, 2,130 miles of levees and berms, 915 water control structures, 620 project culverts, and 89 pump stations. They operate and maintain all of the equipment, and they have the specialized expertise needed to keep this vast water management system ready for whatever nature sends our way. Moving water to meet varying conditions and needs is essential to sustaining South Florida's people, our environment, and the economy. Make sure you check out our social media channels, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn, and visit sfwmd.gov/flood control for the most up-to-date information. Thanks for watching. Flood control is a critical component of life in Florida. If you haven't lived in Florida for long, you may not know that our climate has two seasons, wet and dry. Weather in South Florida has a way of ignoring the calendar and expectations of what's normal. We remind ourselves of this fact of living in the Sunshine State each June during Flood Awareness Month. The South Florida Water Management District operates and maintains the region's primary water management system. Vast in scale, the network of canals, levees, and structures was authorized by Congress more than 60 years ago to protect residents and businesses from floods and droughts. This primary system connects to community drainage districts and hundreds of smaller neighborhood systems to effectively manage floodwaters during heavy rain. As a result of this interconnected drainage system, flood control in South Florida is a shared responsibility between the South Florida Water Management District, county and city governments, local drainage districts, homeowners associations, and residents. Operations and maintenance staff at the South Florida Water Management District serve our region from 8 field stations as well as from our headquarters building in West Palm Beach. Field station staff are who you are most likely to see in your community, working every day to make sure the regional water management system operates smoothly and efficiently to provide flood control and protect regional water supplies. Throughout the year, operations and maintenance staff oversee more than 2,175 miles of canals, 2,130 miles of levees and berms, 915 water control structures, 620 project culverts, and 89 pump stations. They operate and maintain all of the equipment, and they have the specialized expertise needed to keep this vast water management system ready for whatever nature sends our way. Moving water to meet varying conditions and needs is essential to sustaining South Florida's people, our environment, and the economy. Make sure you check out our social media channels, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn, and visit sfwmd.gov/flood control for the most up-to-date information. Thanks for watching. Flood control is a critical component of life in Florida. If you haven't lived in Florida for long, you may not know that our climate has 2 seasons, wet and dry. Weather in South Florida has a way of ignoring the calendar and expectations of what's normal. We remind ourselves of this fact of living in the Sunshine State each June during Flood Awareness Month. The South Florida Water Management District operates and maintains the region's primary water management system. Vast in scale, the network of canals, levees, and structures was authorized by Congress more than 60 years ago to protect residents and businesses from floods and droughts. This primary system connects to community drainage districts and hundreds of smaller neighborhood systems to effectively manage floodwaters during heavy rain. As a result of this interconnected drainage system, flood control in South Florida is a shared responsibility between the South Florida Water Management District, county and city governments, local drainage districts, homeowners associations, and residents. Operations and maintenance staff at the South Florida Water Management District serve our region from 8 field stations as well as from our headquarters building in West Palm Beach. Field station staff are who you are most likely to see in your community, working every day to make sure the regional water management system operates smoothly and efficiently to provide flood control and protect regional water supplies. Throughout the year, operations and maintenance staff oversee more than 2,175 miles of canals, 2,130 miles of levees and berms, 915 water control structures, 620 project culverts, and 89 pump stations. They operate and maintain all of the equipment, and they have the specialized expertise needed to keep this vast water management system ready for whatever nature sends our way. Moving water to meet varying conditions and needs is essential to sustaining South Florida's people, our environment, and the economy. Make sure you check out our social media channels, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn, and visit sfwmd.gov/flood control for the most up-to-date information. Thanks for watching. Flood control is a critical component of life in Florida. If you haven't lived in Florida for long, you may not know that our climate has 2 seasons, wet and dry. Weather in South Florida has a way of ignoring the calendar and expectations of what's normal. We remind ourselves of this fact of living in the Sunshine State each June during Flood Awareness Month. The South Florida Water Management District operates and maintains the region's primary water management system. Vast in scale, the network of canals, levees, and structures was authorized by Congress more than 60 years ago to protect residents and businesses from floods and droughts. This primary system connects to community drainage districts and hundreds of smaller neighborhood systems to effectively manage floodwaters during heavy rain. As a result of this interconnected drainage system, flood control in South Florida is a shared responsibility between the South Florida Water Management District, county and city governments, local drainage districts, homeowners associations, and residents. Operations and maintenance staff at the South Florida Water Management District serve our region from 8 field stations as well as from our headquarters building in West Palm Beach. Field station staff are who you are most likely to see in your community, working every day to make sure the regional water management system operates smoothly and efficiently to provide flood control and protect regional water supplies. Throughout the year, operations and maintenance staff oversee more than 2,175 miles of canals, 2,130 miles of levees and berms, 915 water control structures, 620 project culverts, and 89 pump stations. They operate and maintain all of the equipment, and they have the specialized expertise needed to keep this vast water management system ready for whatever nature sends our way. Moving water to meet varying conditions and needs is essential to sustaining South Florida's people, our environment, and the economy. Make sure you check out our social media channels, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn, and visit sfwmd.gov/flood control for the most up-to-date information. Thanks for watching. Flood control is a critical component of life in Florida. If you haven't lived in Florida for long, you may not know that our climate has 2 seasons, wet and dry. Weather in South Florida has a way of ignoring the calendar and expectations of what's normal.
Can you hear me? Are we back on Zoom? Give me the heads up when back.
Okay.
We are just waiting for the Zoom to be on.
It's on. You can
Okay,
start.
great. I'm glad we have the room back. Now, we were really afraid the room would be empty after our break, but Libby helped us plan this, and I think it worked. Thank you all for sitting back with us. If anybody wants to come and join us at the table, I know we have some other empty seats. Feel free to come and join us. It would be good to have you all closer. Thank you again for being here and staying with us for the second session. We have 2 great presentations. We kept the very important ones here too, because we wanted to bring you back. So we made sure that we had Libby and the Army Corps on the second session to attract you back. So with that, I'm going to introduce Libby. She is our External Affairs Director, and she's going to talk a little bit about the flood observations tools and engagements that we have here. Thank you, Libby.
Thank you, Carolina. And I'm excited to be here to engage with our partners in this new tool that we have available. And this tool is going to be a collaboration tool to help us gather information for documentation of flooding occurrences. And I'm going to walk you through the survey step by step. I did put a handout on each of your places that has the link to the site where you can access the tool. And I want to start out by saying that this is not to be released to your citizens. This is not a public tool yet. This is for you to be able to share information with us. So I just want to make sure you guys to say that disclaimer up front, but the website is right on the handout at your seat. And so this tool is really important, and we're going to go through the ways that we're going to use it and what we're going to do with the data that we collect through this tool. Okay, so you can see I did put the link right up here. It's sfwmd.gov/flooding app. So the goals of this tool are for us to be able to collect and share data that supports the documentation of the flooding events and will provide real-time information for us during flooding occurrences. And we're working on developing a repository tool to compile and store that relevant flood information. And so what we're looking for today is we want to engage you, our partners in the 298 districts and local governments, in utilizing this tool to help us collect this data. We have been engaging our external affairs staff, which is my team, and also our field station staff who are out in the fields to send us this data already. And now we are inviting our partners to use the tool and collect and visualize that flood observation data for us. So we'll go ahead and jump into what the app looks like. So when you go to this site, the flooding app, this is what you're going to see. You're going to have an option or to submit pictures to us, and that's really what we're looking for. And so you can see it's got the drop image here or select image. And so you can either use the camera icon to take a picture in real time, or you can go to your camera roll and select it from your camera roll if you're using a mobile device. And ideally, the ideal thing is to use a mobile device, because if you have your location services turned on, we can take the data directly from your mobile device, but you can also do this on your desktop as well. So if you have a camera that you bring in and you download onto your desktop, you can take that information and pull it in that way as well. And then this just gives the different ways that you can submit the location. So like I said, you can pull it directly from your GIS location services that's on your mobile device, or you can enter the coordinates or the address, or even just a nearby. You know, this is at the corner of Osceola Parkway, and you can put that in there as well. And you can also just use the navigation tools to zoom in directly on the map and point to it as well. So we've given a lot of different options, because obviously that's the purpose of this, is for us to be able to map these points. And so that really is the first step, is getting us the location and a photo. Okay, and then the next question that we ask is, what is the depth of the water? So we give the option of we don't know. We don't want to give people the idea to go out and wade into the water to let us know. But if you can tell, ankle deep, knee deep, greater than knee deep, or other. And that way, you know, we don't need an exact depth, but it gives us an idea of how deep the water is. And then we ask, has this location flooded before? And you have the option of no, we've never seen this. Once or twice, sometimes often. And then the one that you guys, I know, yes, it always floods here. Every time we have a problem, we see this. And so we're looking for that as well. And then we are also asking to characterize the flooding as either tidal, or whether it's related to an extreme or heavy rainfall event. And then we also give the option of storm surge, which is going to be kind of a combination of those two things. And then we ask what types of property is flooded. So is it ag land? Is it commercial? And we have a drop-down menu where you can select the option that best describes the type of property. And then what area of the property is affected? So let's say it's ag land and the road is flooded and they can't get out into the field, they would select road. Then we have an option for comments where you can tell us exactly what's happening. And then we also have the option to put your email in so that we can contact you. So the tool is for us to be able to gather data from you so that we can better know where the flooding is occurring and how often, and we can compile that repository for the entire district. We want to improve communication, collaboration, and coordination between the water managers, the county, the city governments, and the local drainage districts on reporting those emerging conditions. And we also want to provide resources to you in order to be able to evaluate conditions, collect information, and assist with mitigation project planning and documentation. So when you are going to apply for those grants, when we have these opportunities, funding opportunities come available, we can help you compile data with our repository, with photos, with locations, so we can say, yes, this is a documented problem, the district is aware of it, the local agency is aware of it, and this is why we need the funding. And we believe that this tool is really going to enhance those efforts for bringing back funding for your projects. And so we are going to use this tool in a couple of different ways. We are not using this tool as a flood reporting tool for the public. And I want to say that again, we want to get people in touch with their local, so if it's an issue with your local system, if it's an issue with their 298 system, we have that available on our website. If you go to flood control on our website, we have a service on our website where someone can go there, they can type in their address, and they can locate who their flood control operator is. So if they are in a 298 district, it will say, they type in their address, it'll say, this is the 298 district that you're located in, and this is the contact information for them. And then we want you guys to continue to engage with our water managers. So don't submit this information as, oh, we're having a flooding problem during an event and expect that the water managers are going to be able to act on it during the event. We would like to be able to collect it real time, but we still need you engaging with our water managers in addition to this. But what we are going to do with this information is we're going to add this to the data set that we already have going back to 1991 and compile it with new information going forward. We're going to use it for the flood protection level of service modeling to calibrate and validate our model simulation, because as Akeen always reminds me, our models are only as good as the information that we put into them. And so this is another way that we can add data to those models. And then it will be used to plan and identify areas most vulnerable to recurrent flooding. We will know what type of flooding you're experiencing, and we can be able to track it over time. And it will be, obviously, the number one thing we're all excited about is being able to use it to support your grant applications and initiatives that require that past flooding occurrences. And on the back of the flyer that I gave you, this map is included, but this is an example of what that repository and what that tool is going to look like. We're going to be able to inventory the past flood documentation, high water marks, those flood photos and survey information will be available. The flood extents maps from satellite will also be available. We'll have real-time access to information with emerging conditions stakeholder submitted flood observations, regional insights, and then providing those documentations for mitigation grants, model calibration and validation, and mitigation project planning. And lastly, we put this slide in because we want to also use this tool to document king tide events. And I know that's top of mind for everybody right now. I think this is an ideal tool for us to be able to say, look, this is related to tides. This is the stage that the moon is in, and this is the flooding that's occurring. And this will allow us to really track that in a way that we haven't been able to do that before. So I'd encourage you guys to partner with us, send in these photos, utilize this tool, and we'll just have another tool in our toolbox to be able to collect data and hopefully get these projects going. So with that, that is my last slide. And Carolina?
Yeah, any questions from the room here? No? Great. We have been working on that for quite some time now. It's exciting to be able to finally deploy this information to you all and have the collaboration with the partners. Again, we are only going to have a robust data set if we can share the data with us. And we have partners like Broward County that already have their repository, and we are working very closely because right now we can read through them, they can read through us, and that's going to be what we're going to be doing as well. So I know Chris will say I'm over-promising here, but the goal is that we can all see each other data sets, and we'll use our major data set to be the main repository for the region. So if you need anything, let us know. If you have any question, let us know. If you feel that we need to do any in addition to what we are doing in terms of collecting data, let us know too. And we're going to be keeping you up to date on where we are on those two development efforts. Okay, I think we are ready to move to our last and very important presentation of today. Eva is here in the room. I'm going to invite her.
Dr. Moran, I do
Great.
have a hand raised. It's Nancy
I'm like,
Gass.
where is she? Good. Sorry, Yvette, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's okay. Nancy Gassman is on the line.
Okay, Nancy, sorry, I forgot to go ask Yvette if we had any questions from the Zoom.
Thank you for taking the question. My question is, the beginning of your presentation was talking about how we input data, and you showed the map. Are we able to access the map to see the real-time data as well?
So yes, and not yet. Two questions. So the layer that we have today is available. It's of course publicly available data, and this is going to be in our GIS portal. We're going to integrate that in a much better way that you can have full access and download the data set in real time, and that's our next phase of the project. So this year we are focusing on collecting the data from you and storing. I believe by halfway through we're going to also give you the solution on how you can have full access to download this data, and the system that we are putting also will alert you. So when we have informations that are being added to the tool that is in your area, the tool will automatically just send an email to you and say, by the way, we're getting those reports in your area. Those are functionalities that are not there yet, but they are coming. We're going to have a dashboard that you all are going to register, create our accounts, and then the rights to the data will be managed that way. All the data that we have now, it's public. We are also signing an agreement with a company that does not allow us to share the data publicly. This is sensor data, radar data, and that's why we are also building this platform, because some of the data will be protected, but will allow local governments to access. That's the license that we are still negotiating. But anyway, it's a larger effort. We have data coming from multiple sources. They are all flood-related data. This piece of the crowdsourcing data collected on the field is an important piece of that. We want to be able to do that. It helps us a lot in real-time flooding information, us and all the 298 districts. So the answer is yes, you will have full access. You have access to what you have on the back of this page now, and you're going to have access to the enhanced dashboard with all the functionalities. I would say 6 months from now. I hope the team is not mad at me that I'm over-promising here.
Okay, Dr. Moran, that was the last hand.
Okay, so back to Eva. Thank you, Eva.
Good afternoon. I'm Eva Velez, and I'm the Chief of the Ecosystem Branch in the Programs and Project Management Division of the Jacksonville District. I'm joined virtually by our Senior Resilience Project Manager, Mr. Tim Geisen, who is up in Jacksonville with many of my teammates, trying to work virtually as they experience effects from Hurricane Idalia today. So as I sit here or stand here in front of you, my commander, Colonel James Booth, is in Tallahassee with all of our leadership and several members who are doing exactly what you're talking about today, but actively. So the hurricane made landfall this morning at 8 a.m. and we have been working to assist the state of Florida and our sponsors, because although we have a lot of work here that we're discussing today, we have many counties that we help on the western coast, as well as other water management districts. So I want to give you a little bit of data because that's happening right now for us at the Corps. And so this work that I'll talk about in just a minute is future work, but actively right now, there's a nationally televised press conference happening at the state level for the hurricanes, just so you're aware. It's happening as we speak. The counties of Manatee, Hillsborough, Citrus, Pinellas, Pasco, Hernando, Charlotte, and Lee have all experienced significant flooding or effects or storm surge, depending on what's happening for them. We continue to also coordinate with our two tribes to make sure that we provide them the assistance that they may need, although their effects are a lot less because of their location. And so in addition to that, the Corps works with FEMA to receive mission assignments in active storms, and we also have some of our own authorities where we help people during and after the storm. So some examples that our teams are ready to either receive assignments or have already received them today are things like blue roof missions. We go and we help people be able to stay in their homes. Our ports, so Miami, Tampa, Canaveral, Jacksonville, all those ports. We have been working with those ports to make sure that they're either secure or reopened. As of this morning, Tampa reopened. So that's good news. And our survey vessels are available to help those other ports that have not yet opened. Several of our beaches have experienced significant damage and storm surge. And so our teams will be out inspecting those in the next couple of days along the western coast. And depending on how it comes across Jacksonville, we might also need to do that on the northeast side. And so that's the big picture. I would tell you that it did come on shore as a Category 4, and we saw catastrophic flooding for some rural areas. So we will have a big mission ahead of us in the next couple days and weeks. So please pray for our team who's out helping those and the people that are in those areas. Okay. On to the Central and Southern Flood Resiliency Study. So we're seeing really good news here. This has been almost a labor of love for many of us here in this room for several years. And we've made some recent progress getting this thing off the ground and turning it into some alternatives to consider. So if I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. Big picture, the way that we're able to do this study, and for the Corps of Engineers, a study is what you do in order to make a recommendation for a plan that the Congress then approves. And if the Congress approves it, we get to build it. Before we build it, we have to also compete for money. And so that's the big picture of what we're doing. And the way that we got to do it is by existing authority given to us by the Congress in 1970 of the Flood Control Act of 1970, and it's called Section 216. So it lets us look at existing infrastructure that has changed conditions, either physical or economic conditions. And so we see clearly significant and urgent needs in Southern Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade. The objective of our study is to look at those structures that convey water normally or historically by gravity to the coast. And we have seen reduced ability to convey water when it's needed, as well as to protect from saltwater intrusion. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to orient you here onto this slide because there's a lot of core jargon on this slide, so I'll do my best to talk you through it. Every single one of these words up at the top and the big silver arrows, those are milestones that are very meaningful to how the Corps gets things approved and how we work with our sponsors, our non-federal sponsors. And so, as Carolina said this morning when she was giving her introductory remarks, the South Florida Water Management District is our non-federal sponsor. That means we signed an agreement with them to do this study, and we share the costs of the study. However, we consider the counties and the cities that are in the area to also be our partners in this study. And so thank you for all of you who are at the table. At the top, you'll see PMP, Project Management Plan. You'll see scoping. So if you were able to participate with us last year, thank you. And through earlier this year, where we said, what do you think are the problems we need to solve here? So we completed that. And then we are in formulation. That means we have to figure out what are the possible alternatives to solve the problem we have of these structures not conveying the water that we want them to convey at the time that we want them to convey them to provide flood protection as needed. So that's what the formulation piece means. So you see two, formulation and then evaluation, and then documentation and decision for 2026. So in 2023, we have achieved a really important milestone, which is below in the table, called the alternatives milestone. And that was in June. So since we were last here in May, we achieved a significant milestone in June 20th. What that means is that we went through the initial part of this study. We coordinated not only externally with all of you, but also within our own centers of expertise, because this study brings together the coastal center of expertise. So everyone within the Corps that works on barriers or the hazards created by the storms coming from offshore, all of those experts had to come together with all the experts that work on fluvial flooding. Those are two separate centers of expertise typically. We, because of where we are, because of our conditions, because of our flat topography, because of our geology, we bring everything together. And so this study is particularly complex across the nation. I want you to have that context. Across the nation for the Corps of Engineers, this is one of the most complex, technically complex studies that we're actively doing at the moment, because it brings together so many different hazards, so many different forces, which means all kinds of models and information have to talk to each other. So we were able to achieve the alternatives milestone in June, which means we all agree that $11 million that Carolina spoke about earlier today, we all agree on the approach, we all agree on which models we're going to use, we all agree on what we're going to focus on in our scope, and we're moving forward. And we have a budget of 11 million in 4 years because we're still going to target WRDA 2026 because we need to build some improvements. So that's the big picture that I'll walk you through. And so below in the table, Chief's report, that's the report that our Chief of Engineers, currently Lieutenant General Spellman, would sign before the Congress takes action. So at the very bottom right, you'll see an acronym that says VTAM. That's the piece of paper that has to make it all the way through Jacksonville, Atlanta, and the Pentagon before we actually use the funds for the study. So lots of layers, lots of coordination, and we're moving forward, and we're very, very happy about that. Next slide, please. Okay, so then what are we doing? We are going to focus, or are focusing, on those 18 salinity control structures in southern Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade County, and their associated canals to reduce the most immediate flood risks. And so I already kind of talked about where you have the coastal forcings and the runoff or the fluvial flooding conditions that all come together in this part and in an urbanized environment. And so our scope of our study is to really take a laser focus on those salinity structures and the canals that convey water to and from them. So here, I'm going to actually turn it over to Tim Geisen. Tim, do you want to do a sound check?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
We got you perfect.
All right. Excellent. It's a great overview. So I want to talk just a little bit, and again, apologies that I'm not in the room with everybody today. As Ava said, we were expecting some effects from Hurricane Idalia. Fortunately, here in northern St. Johns County, we have not really felt a whole lot, which is a good thing. So I'm going to talk about what we're actually doing now and kind of what the next steps are for the study, and really where all of our stakeholders and partners can really help us out as we move forward. So as Ava mentioned, we're going to have a very laser focused scope on those control structures and the primary canals that bring water to those structures. And part of that focus also means we're going to have a reduction in the way we're looking at comprehensive benefits. But that doesn't mean we're not doing it. What it means is we're going to count a lot more on all of our partners and stakeholders to really help us with evaluations. And that's where we are right now, is starting to gather existing metrics, how we're going to measure effects and benefits of this project as we move forward and start looking at alternatives. Start looking at features that are going to help us achieve those flood risk management goals at the control structures and with the conveyance of those primary canals. So we are currently working hard with the modeling teams and our plan formulation teams to develop the initial assumptions tables to support the development and enhancement of the existing modeling tools, which we'll use to model our base conditions, our future condition without a project in place, and ultimately all of the alternatives that we'll develop together in the PDT as we move forward. We are also starting to look at those performance metrics, as I mentioned, how we're going to evaluate how the plans that we develop together work. The way we're going to do that is put together what we already have, what we already know, how we're going to look at flood risk, how we're going to look at impacts to communities, how we're going to look at environmental benefits, water supply benefits, and then bring all of that to our project delivery team, to the public, in a meeting that we're looking at scheduling in mid-September to start interaction, start getting feedback on those assumptions tables to make sure that we've captured everything correctly to the best of our ability in our models. And then also introduce what these performance metrics, what these criteria look like with examples of what we already have, but also request out to all of our stakeholders in the public to help us develop what additional measures or metrics do we need to have to evaluate our performance, to really sell the project, to understand its benefits, to understand its potential impacts, and ultimately be able to document all of that in our final report that will go to the Chief of Engineers and ultimately to Congress. So that's where we are right now. So September meeting to kick off this discussion, followed up with a workshop in October, likely mid to late October, to get all of that feedback, gather all of the information from the stakeholders, from the public, to really kind of solidify what those performance metrics are going to look like. So that's the near-term efforts that we have going on, and the ways that everybody can really become involved in this project. The other really important thing that we're going to be doing as part of this, a couple more things I guess I wanted to mention as far as the scope goes before I get into the next kind of tie-in topic, is that although we are focused on those 18 control structures and the conveyance of the primary canal systems, for those of you who are watching the videos that were rolling during the break, talking about the water control system in South Florida, you'll notice, you'll remember the discussion on secondary and tertiary networks. So part of what the Water Management District was very adamant that we include in our scope was evaluation of effects to that secondary system to make sure that any improvements that we make as part of this study to the primary canal network and control structures are able to effectively handle flow coming in from those secondary and tertiary networks. So that's a big part of this as well that we'll continue to look at under this study. And the other piece would be mitigation for any potential effects that we have downstream of the structures or potentially upstream of the structures. So that'll be another focused piece of our scope as we look at the alternatives that will provide the solutions at the structures and in those primary canals. So a lot of good stuff coming up over the next few months and years, really looking forward to the collaboration. And the other really important piece of this effort is also how it ties into our Southeast Florida integration effort. So next slide, please. So anyone who was able to join us yesterday, and we had a really good crowd, about 250 people online to talk or to listen to our efforts on project integration and what that actually means. Now it was focused very much on Southeast Florida and Broward, Dade, and the Southern Palm Beach counties and the projects that we have going on there. And what you'll have heard, and we've talked a little bit about in this forum previously, is all of the different types of projects that we have going on in Southeast Florida, focused on different business lines, different pieces of resilience. But what our effort really is from integration is making sure that they're all working together in a focused way to be able to address the many different things that are required to develop community resiliency. So through this integration effort, the CNSF Flood Resiliency Study will be part of this, working with the other project teams like BBC and the Miami-Dade Back Bay teams, as well as ongoing projects like the Broward County WPA effort and some of our ongoing beach projects that are under construction. All working together to make sure that we are sharing information across projects, communicating to our stakeholders and with each other what the benefits of these projects may be, how they'll work together to address resiliency issues. And then also, how are we evaluating benefits and effects of these projects, making sure that we're all on the same page, all using similar types of evaluation metrics so we can discuss this and sell these projects and their benefits in all of our reports that we'll be putting together, looking for authorizations and continued funding. So that's another really important effort that the project team from the CNSF Flood Resiliency Study will be participating in as we move forward. Next slide. So I wanted to talk just really quick about what that integration really means. So you saw the umbrella is integration, lots of projects under that, but really what does that mean? So how do we define that in Southeast Florida? And it's really coordinating the planning of our multiple core civil works projects across many mission areas to ensure that they all function together to provide the benefits, not only for each individual project, but enhanced benefits to resiliency across the region. And what does successful integration really look like? And that's making sure that the projects across these multiple mission areas can be implemented and work in coordination to achieve not only each project's benefit, but to improve overall resiliency in Southeast Florida. As you would have seen yesterday, and we've talked about here, resiliency really comes with efforts from all levels of government, which is why this coordination forum is so important. And I think just the discussions today kind of show that, highlight what each government entity can do at their level to really participate, and as we're all marching in that same direction to achieve overall resiliency. So why is this important to everybody who's not in Broward and Dade counties? Well, the way this is going to function and the products that come out of this integration effort in this focused area are really going to set the groundwork for what we do in the comprehensive study that's coming really soon. The way we think about projects, not only at the core level, but up and down the levels of government, is going to be really important as we tackle resiliency issues across South Florida. So in all the counties that are within the water management district footprint. So this is, like I said, really just laying the groundwork for what we're going to be doing as we move into the comprehensive study. Next slide. All right, and this is my last slide on integration. And these are just some of the areas that we're working with our integration team to really develop processes and products to address these types of topics, whether they're technical, related to data or modeling, or related to evaluation, or how we work with other agencies and or communicate with the public. There's lots of different aspects to this that we're currently building. This will be rolled out first with our non-federal sponsors, the Water Management District, Dade County, and others over the next couple months, and then ultimately working with all of the stakeholders, all of those folks in the public to really participate in integration and help us with each one of these categories as we move forward. So lots going on the integration front as well. That's really going to be beneficial as we move into future efforts, particularly the comprehensive study. So with that, I think that closes our portion of the presentation, and I'm sure there may be some questions that we'd be very happy to answer. Oh, and if anybody would like to be part of our team, we are hiring.
Come join my team. Please.
We allow them to do that.
This is actually a requirement of every single public presentation from Colonel Booth. We have to show it, but please.
We want to talk
check
to
us
him
out.
about it. Okay, any questions here in the room? Or Yvette, don't let me forget about the Zoom as well, please.
Well, right now I have no hands raised.
Okay. Yes.
Table?
Hi, I'm Megan Houston, Palm Beach County. So it sounds like from this presentation that the Central and South Florida flood resiliency study is moving forward, and we can breathe a sigh of relief. And compared to a couple months ago, maybe we were hearing that it might not be funded as appropriately as it could be. Am I hearing this correctly right now? Thank you.
To quote my friends in Miami, we are a go, although they used it for something else. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for acknowledging that. It was when I talked about those different centers of expertise and all that bringing together of different forcings, that's really challenging. And so the team did an unbelievable job making our case. And nationally, investigations monies are very tight. And so we were asking for a huge chunk of it. And so we got a big chunk of it. Not everything we wanted, but we got a lot. So yes, good news.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And Eva, just something that I am not that experienced with the core process, but we learned that this waiver can happen later in the process or early in the process. So even though it seemed we had a gap, we actually made a very significant step early on in the project phase, different than like BBC that had to stop a little bit for a waiver a little bit later on in the process. We think this will benefit this project. So we are early on with the funding at the level that will be important for the study. I mean, it was an important step that was achieved with fairly decent amount of time. Eva, please let me know if I'm saying wrong things here, but anyway, it was something that was discussed to bring the waiver early on.
It makes me excited when people use core jargon. A waiver means, in that slide I talked about with the arrows up at the top, there's a law that says feasibility studies have to be done within 3 years, $3 million. 3 by 3 by 3. 3 means vertical integration, meaning the local district, which is Jacksonville. Atlanta for us is the middle, and then headquarters is DC. So there's a law that says you must be the most efficient that you can be with getting feasibility studies done, with the idea that people need solutions. It was a very good thought, but our studies are big and complex and don't fit the mold. And so a waiver is, I need a waiver of this rule. And the person that holds that decision is Mr. Connor, our Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works in the Pentagon. So it's a big deal. It takes a little bit of effort, but we're getting there. We got a yes to their scope. So unfortunately, Mr. Murley and Ms. Begay know way too much about that now. Yes, yes. Well, good news. We're good.
Any more questions? Any hands raised there, Yvette? Oh, yes.
I'm going to try to abbreviate my comment from yesterday. I think this is a very important initiative and it's going to be very complicated. The one thing that I think we need to highlight is for most of us around the table, we're trying to manage the things that these projects are laid on top of. And as I said, especially in our county, we're just running out of room to do things. And land is so valuable that if a study is projecting and these project some pretty expensive structures and other things, it's very difficult to balance that with the immediate needs that we've got to meet, or even projects that get funded like the brick projects. So I think that's going to be the real key. Can the counties and the cities doing the planning anticipate the needs of the projects of the things that are going to be constructed 5 or 6 years from now or more, right? Because in the intervening time, we're being asked either by our elected officials or by private landowners to make decisions about the use of the land that might be in these plans for one of the measures. I think that's the challenge, but it's a good challenge because if we would be faced with the issue regardless, this gives us an opportunity to look at that level of analysis. So I'm looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Murley. From our team, I would encourage you to use all of our maps and our plans and our public facing information to give you top cover to move forward at the local level so that we can keep everything moving forward. Absolutely. You all are so much more nimble than we are. And so acknowledge the important piece there is the balance of moving forward in an expedited fashion and then keeping cost share, right? And then that's when the importance of words and agreements comes in. But acknowledge and appreciate your leadership, sir. Thank you.
Any more questions?
I do not have any hands raised.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, thank you, Eva. Thank you, team. Again,
thank you to Tim, who's sitting around trying for his power not to go out. Thank you, sir.
You work, team. Thank you. We wish you were here with us too, like we were last time, and then we appreciate a lot you coming to these meetings, driving here, and we want to keep the conversation going. This is a good forum to provide updates on this very important study, and we are always going to have a seat for you all to come, and really appreciate you coming in person. So now it's the last part of our meeting. We're going to go around the table and just ask for updates from the counties on resiliency initiatives. It's important. We want to, I know most of you are going to be talking about Resilient Florida, but anyway, it's important that we all share where we are, learnings, updates from our efforts, and we really appreciate this time. And I'm going to ask you to share 1 or 2 words that you were able to put in that little exercise that I asked you, if you have some. I put 2 more, and I'm going to share my 2 to maybe help you all on this conversation. So when Eva was talking about the active response from her general booth now, for me, this is definitely hazard mitigation. We have things that we need to solve now. They are doing now. The blue roof is the now action, hazard mitigation action. At the same time, when Jim was talking about land acquisition, lack of room, maybe people are not seeing that we need the land now. It's not showing in any mitigation study, but when we think about long-term vision and the needs of an evolving condition, we need to be able to think about that on the center of this, thinking about ways that we can provide hazard mitigation and at the same time think long-term. So I thought about you. If you have any other ones, I'll be writing those words here. I'll promise I'll share with you all the compilation of ideas at the end of the meeting. So we'll start to my left now. I know I started to my right last time. Are you okay? Okay, you can go if you want. Yes, go ahead. Yes, and please, anybody sitting on the back, come join us. We are almost done. City of Miami Beach, Juanita. It's fine. We want updates from all of you, so come join us at the table.
Or even just come introduce yourself so
Yeah.
we have, like, I know who all, everybody is participating.
Yeah, Okeechobee too, if you want.
I promise, I will sign up here. And I'd like my team to come to the table too, so that everybody, we're introducing ourselves and meeting.
Now, please, if you want to come, since everybody's coming. Yes, Anna, we have rooms. You can sit here next to us. Francisco, please. I didn't see you. You were behind the podium there. Good. Okay, Irela, starting with you. We can go around and start with you, and then everybody can just come and talk.
Irela Bagay, Chief Pay Officer, Miami-Dade County. For those of you who don't know me, this position is relatively new, and we have a very large watershed called the Biscayne Bay, and it's in a very vulnerable state. And so typically you'll hear from me talking about Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands in the terms of SERP, Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands phase 2, which was swallowed by BBC, which is a much larger project. And my areas of concern are obviously water quality and how we manage water these days, very different than how we used to manage water before. So that water that, gets flushed out is quite polluted. I'm sure a lot of you are in the same boat. And so my word, or a couple of words in here in my big circle in the middle, is watershed management planning, which is something that we are embarking on. And so that's basically, the best way to describe it is a one water master plan for Miami-Dade County, which will incorporate land use challenges and so forth. And so I tag team with this guy over here, our Chief Resilience Officer, who will go next.
Thanks, Rilla. Jim Merley, I'm the Chief Resilience Officer. And I have in the middle of mine, it says communications plan. Trying to talk about this stuff is very challenging. And we joke about corp speak, but we have county speak and district speak. And most of the folks that we're trying to persuade to spend their money on this stuff, they have short-term issues that they're trying to get solutions for, and then it's hard to put your arms around some of this stuff. So working together on communications, using the professionals you guys have, we have. She's a professional in that field. So I just think that's a place where we can really leverage our work.
Yeah, I got it. Hello? Yeah, good. Hi, I'm Sherry. I'm with the Emergency Management with Miami-Dade County, as well as my two colleagues over there. As I mentioned earlier, I'm the Resilience, Mitigation, and Recovery Manager, which is a new directorate within our office. It's an expansion to what we normally had. And I didn't put anything on the paper because I left it to Robin, the expert. But on the paper, he put pollution from failing septic tank tables or tanks. No, it says tables. No, it says tanks. I need to learn how to read his writing. But I can't really explain for him what he meant, so I'm gonna have to pass on the rest of it.
Good afternoon, this is Jamie Morales, San Lucie County. I represent Public Works and the rest of the team. I won't speak for them, but the majority of our recommendation is to work with all district management organizations, whether it is South Florida Water Management District or the 298 districts. I think that we have to look at this in a holistic way, not individually, and with the surrounding counties to define the proper strategy that can help us all. We have to look not only downstream, but always upstream as well. And what strategies are we implementing today, and what would be the effect in the future? And how could we, as a team, not individually, can have the best success possible? I think that we spoke about the wells. I think that that is a good strategy to start mitigating and to prevent the salinating of water intrusion to our aquifers. And from there on, I think that the district today with the Army Corps have and are implementing strategies that will help us see and at least explore new opportunities for the region. Nevertheless, as a team, we all have to sit down at the table and not look at individually what is a best strategy for us, but rather as a team.
Marissa Dabriel-Lashman, I'm the environmental planner for the city of Port St. Lucie. I was sitting in the back earlier, so I did not get the handout. And I have a bit of laryngitis and allergy issues, so I'll stop talking now.
George Zama, Martin County Public Works and Martin County LMS. Yeah, it's something that's very complex, and as we dive further, I think those more complexities rise to the surface. But I appreciate everyone's effort in addressing this ever-growing issue that we face, particularly in South Florida. I think communications, as was prior mentioned, which includes education to our public. A lot of, it's complex in itself, and to convey these issues at hand to the public and help them get an understanding can be a little even more complex for an engineer like myself. So I think filtering that down and really breaking the communications to the public and really show the importance of a lot of the planning and the projects that we look to implement is very important. And communications, much like this forum, very appreciative of it. And the other thing was really holistic regional watershed management. Each area is very unique. Every county is unique. Every municipality is unique. And I think we all have our own issues, but we also share issues, and really being able to communicate and collaborate and really lean on each other for ideas and have lessons learned, share lessons learned, and seeing what's working. And even if we take a little bit of what's working in different areas and applying it to our unique areas goes a long way. So thanks for having me today.
Hello, I'm Kathy LaMartina. I'm the district's external affairs representative to Martin and St. Lucie counties. And I attend both Martin and St. Lucie counties LMS meetings. And I work with them quite a bit on trying to find money for their projects, grants for their projects. We talk about, alternative options to get things done. So I hope I do a good job for them, and I'll continue to attend those meetings. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scarlett Cantley, and I am the Administration and Grants Coordinator at Indian Trail Improvement District. This is my first time coming to this meeting, and I have learned a lot through different things, and that was the word that I put down was collaboration. one of the things I was going to mention as far as our grants, we have collaborated with South Florida and with the county with some of our resilient grants that we've received. And through that, I learned how to apply for different grants. You know, why reinvent the wheel, right? If language worked one time, it'll work same time. And I'm just happy to be here and, you know, make new friends and network a little bit.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tim Kirby. I am the Resilience Programs Manager for the City of Miami's Office of Resilience and Sustainability. I was just a participant in the back, so just listening and learning.
Good afternoon. My name is Armando Villaboy. I work with the External Affairs Division over at South Florida Water Management District. Just want to second, Irela and Jim Murray's comments, at least in Miami-Dade County. Communications is very, very important to what we do. Understanding both what the canal system does, how to shore it up for the future and work together. And I think that's a challenge that we have with 34 municipalities, at least in Miami-Dade County, without counting Monroe, which is also in my area. But, we try to reach out and communicate everything that we do, and we, as external affairs representatives, facilitate that communication. So thanks to you all for being here, and thank you.
Hello. I kind of just have a public comment. Is it okay if I give it? Okay. Caitlin Newcamp with Audubon, Florida. I primarily work on Everglades restoration issues, but am tied into resiliency issues as well. And I just wanted to thank the district resiliency staff for putting these together. I've attended a few and they have been super valuable, in light of collaboration and meeting new folks and seeing what everyone else is doing across the district and across the state. I just have two quick comments. The first, I just wanted to mention that in light of being in the middle of hurricane season and a hurricane hitting us today, we just wanted to highlight the importance of the need to consider compound flooding as a resilience strategy. Compound flooding, as most of you know, is when two different flood risks, such as storm surge and high runoff, combine to create worse flooding than either do individually. So we know from Ian and Nicole last year, we saw the devastating impact of compound flooding. And while some coastal storm risk management projects that are going on right now have been limited to reducing only coastal storm surge, we ask that the district and the Corps try to incorporate managing compound flood risk as a robust mitigation strategy instead of focusing on just one alone. And this is applicable to various district-led resiliency efforts, but is especially important since the Miami-Dade Back Bay and the Key Biscayne coastal storm risk management feasibility studies are imminent. So expanding coastal storm risk management to include compound flood risks is more practical and holistic approach to the reality of storm events. And the other thing we just wanted to mention, because it is relevant to resiliency and climate change, is we wanted to announce that this summer's greenhouse gas inventory has been launched, and we're kicking off things officially this Friday. So Audubon does a greenhouse gas cohort every year since 2021. It's composed of groups of university students that collaborate with local cities and counties. So students from various universities team up with staff from local governments to create a greenhouse gas inventory for government operations. This is basically to obtain baseline levels of emissions with the intent to develop reduction strategies. So it's kind of a symbiotic relationship between the local governments. They receive capacity from the students, and the students get real world experience that they can get academic credit for. And so they will complete the inventory by December, which will give the government a foundation to start plans. And we have 13 governments participating this year, mainly along the East Coast. So overall, we just want to thank you for all of your hard work and resiliency and keeping these valuable forums going. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Sherry, and I'm with, like my colleagues Armando and Kathy, I'm in External Affairs, and I cover all of the Palm Beaches, all the way out to the Glades, have a big area. I do attend the LMS meetings. I work with Jerry here in Palm Beach County, and these sessions are great, they're valuable, and it is a way to keep the communication line open.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Juanita Ballesteros. I am the Sustainability and Resilience Manager for the City of Miami Beach. And I just want to thank you all for the presentations today. I think it's always good to take a step back and understand the bigger picture. I think we're so in the weeds of our own details and our own challenges. The City of Miami Beach, I think, faces circumstances that have us both planning and acting at the same time. So it was good to hear about different projects for instance, road elevation, which is one of the types of strategies that we implement, the type of work that myself and Noel, my colleague, in our resilience work are currently doing. Really shows kind of the variety of work that we need to do. You know, one of our big projects is our vulnerability assessment, which is funded by the Resilient Florida Grant Program, and looking at the compound flood risk, which is something that's major for us because as a barrier island with lots of water, lots of rain, a really high groundwater table, compound flooding is a huge issue for us. And so we're looking at that through our vulnerability assessment. In addition to doing robust community engagement through that, because communication is also a really important component of having our residents and our stakeholders start to understand the challenges that we face and that there are strategies to address them. So on one side, that's kind of the planning of it, and then we have a lot of different actions that we take. One of the programs that we're working on is our private property adaptation program, which we are really excited about. And actually last night we had a kickoff event with our participants to talk about the next phase of this project. And this is a project that is a grant project that the city is administering for private properties within the city. And they are taken through this process of having an assessment where we have consultants go on site and they'll look at their properties and the challenges that they face and recommend some alternatives. And then they'll move on to the second part, which is design and construction. And that was the meeting that we had last night that I think was really successful, and we're really pleased about the turnout to move these projects into design and construction. So this is the first time that we're offering this program. This is our first cohort. Again, we're really thrilled about it, and we're hoping to open up another round of applications. So I really think that kind of illustrates the gamut of different work that we do. Anything else to add?
I'll just introduce myself as well. So I'm Noel Weber. I'm the resilience coordinator with the City of Miami Beach. I just moved down here in February and started this job in February as well. And so I just want to thank you for having this presentation and everyone for sharing your information. I found it very, very helpful for understanding the breadth of work that's occurring and also the array of challenges that we face. So thank you so much.
Hello. Hi. For those who don't know me, I'm Anna Pushkin-Shevlin. I am the regional director of a program called Growing Climate Solutions, Florida's Southwest Coast. So I work out of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. I do want to thank you for organizing this. I do live on this coast, so I'm enjoying the sunshine while my colleagues are bunkering there. In terms of comments, Growing Climate Solutions was focused primarily on outreach and education to the public and to local, what we call grass top leaders, because getting the public to engage on this issue is critical to getting political support for projects that you need to advance. So I echo Jim's comment that one of the key words in this is communications. We need to do a lot of communicating on this. Then the other one that comes to mind out of my professional background is the nut that nobody wants to crack, which is land use reform. A long time ago, when I started in this field, they said natural hazards only become disasters when humans get in the way. And we have a propensity to build and put primacy on property rights and put people in harm's way because we cannot bite the bullet on saying no. And it's very hard to conserve open space, and we need that for water supply and water retention and water recharge for saltwater intrusion. So it's the hardest one, the one that nobody wants to talk about, but we are going to have to seriously look at land use reform. On that note, I just want to also echo the words of compound flooding. We know that the Army Corps can use, there's a reg that allows you to use compound flooding in your scoping and in your analysis. We encourage you to do that. Presently, the local partner has to ask for that. Some local partners don't see the light of day to ask for it. So if that could just become standard practice, that would be awesome. So finally, I do want to thank you all and for encouraging us all to come. And I think I want to put back to the communications. I want to put a shout out to the Army Corps of Engineers. And I hope you'll take this sincerely. I have been engaged in watching what's going on with the Collier County risk feasibility study. And I am really impressed. In my 20 years in this field, the Army Corps has come around to being an excellent communicator. They have held several meetings with the public. They have advertised these meetings. They have put maps on the floor and encouraged people to participate in working table discussions. It is awesome. So an applause to the Army Corps of Engineers for their public engagement and evolving way of thinking on that. I am duly impressed and want to really call a public shout out to that team for the effort they have done to engage the public there.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shahana Mona. I'm Water Resources Engineer, and I joined district last year. I'm enjoying my work so much, and my project manager is Honging Jo, and my expertise in hydrology and hydraulic modeling. And thank you for the wonderful presentation. I have learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nafisa Husseini. I'm with the South Florida Water Management District. I'm the Resiliency Project Manager for the implementation of the projects. So the grants that we've been awarded with FEMA BRIC, Resiliency Florida, and the FDP Innovative Tech Grant, we're working with Miami-Dade, Palm Beach County, and a few others. So as we get started on seeing these projects implemented, that's where I'm focusing a lot of it on, and we'll be moving ahead, and it'll be nice to see some of these projects on the ground and get into design and construction. So I look forward to meeting all of you and getting familiar with some of the faces here. And I just wanted to just comment on kind of what everybody said, a lot of the key sharing strategies and building on leveraging from each other's successes, as well as looking for opportunities. And I think the biggest thing is looking for creative ideas on how we get funding and grant opportunities, because there's lots of opportunities that we probably don't think of that are linear, and we just kind of have to look at being creative in finding those things. So I think it's a really good forum to have to gain those learning opportunities for all of us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Mount. I'm the Assistant Chief Resilience Officer for Broward County, here on behalf of Dr. Jennifer Gerardo, the CRO for Broward County. As always, thank you to the district for hosting such an event. Really gets us all together and thinking about things bigger than our county, even though things that are first and foremost here really play into the integration techniques that the Corps was talking about earlier. Words, outreach, collaboration, and understandings and expectations. So I did your assignment, Carolina. I get the gold star. You know, as we do this outreach and collaboration, we really have to make sure people understand what's going on. Just having social media posts without interaction really isn't getting the message across. They're seeing it, but are they really understanding it? So something to think about. As always, Broward County looks forward to continued coordination and collaboration with the district, as well as the Corps. 216 project is on the front of our minds, of course. That's the critically important thing that's deserving of so much attention and more. At the county, we're more than halfway through the Broward County Risk Assessment Resilience Plan. We're hoping to share the no action economic results in October. I know we spoke to the people from the district and the Corps about that. Our outreach plan is almost finalized. We just kicked off our adaptation and mitigation strategies, and we'll have continued development of the platform, hopefully for a release sometime this winter, early spring. So we're excited about that. County is also excited to share that we have 2 RFPs coming out for the consultants in the room. We are pleased to announce very soon a net zero RFP, as well as a contamination modeling RFP. We hope to get lots of positive responses and great opportunities there. In closing, just say thanks to everyone for being here, and wish everyone a successful grant season.
Paul Lynn, Palm Beach County Water Resource Manager. I'm going to cede my time to Megan here.
Megan Houston, Resilience Director for Palm Beach County, though when I'm around Broward and Miami-Dade, I call myself a Chief Resilience Officer to stay in vogue, but happy to be here and appreciate the collaboration. At Palm Beach County, we're starting to do more with our Public Safety Emergency Management, LMS colleagues, and had a call a couple days ago thinking about how to align kind of what you have on the Venn diagram, right? Like we have our vulnerability assessment, there's LMS project planning going on, and we talked specifically about how to make sure that we are in alignment when we're looking at natural hazards and impacts and areas of concern and what to prioritize. So that's starting to happen more thoroughly, and I'm happy to have Jerry be part of the vulnerability assessment and resilience action planning process in Palm Beach County. So we're going to have more integration there. And we as a resilience office help share, are helping to share their LMS draft and outreach there as well. And then certainly our ongoing efforts, anything water and resiliency related, I always defer to Paul. So glad to have him here as well and help coordinate. And we are working on our planning, applying for Resilient Florida funding, applying on behalf of 7 municipalities within Palm Beach County based on feedback we got about small capacity municipalities not being able to manage that. So we'll see how we fare, but I think I think that's in alignment with what the state is interested in seeing as well. So one application for up to 7 municipalities. Knock on wood. Natalie back in the office is probably like, don't jinx us by saying it in a public forum, but what are you gonna do? Sure. Yes, thank you. We have a policy and planning manual process at the county. So we have this PPN, this manual that says all county capital construction projects have to think about resiliency and sustainability in the planning process. Kind of like the NEPA world for the environmental review, right? Like disclose what you're doing, share what you're doing, and then we get to look at that and work with the departments as well. It's supposed to be completed early enough in the design process where there's ability to talk through issues that we might be seeing. It's also how we're going to document and share that information with our insurance agents and our rating agencies who are looking more and more closely at what a county is doing for its resiliency efforts. So we're asking things like, how did you plan for sea level rise, and what kind of energy efficiency updates have you made? And then we work with our IT department to make it an easy, streamlined online tool rather than another PDF or spreadsheet. So we're hoping that will be a good process. We worked extensively. I've been here 5 years, and I thought I was going to finish this thing within 6 months of my on the job. And because we had to work so extensively with each construction department to make sure it made sense, it really took a long time. But well worth it on the implementation side, much easier than I thought it would be to train and work with the construction department. So yay, thanks for reading the newsletter.
Jerry Clairday, Division of Emergency Management, LMS Coordinator. If I had to say something, it would be collaboration and administrative guidance. A common topic within all of our LMS committees, especially within our smaller municipalities, they have the need, they have the desire to pursue mitigation and resilience grants. They simply don't have the personnel, or if they do have the personnel don't have the kind of time to read it, understand, pursue, and then see it through.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Vitek. I'm with the Army Corps of Engineers. I work with Ms. Ava Velez to my right. I am a program manager for our South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program, overseeing the implementation of all those projects. And I'm really becoming, learning about really how Florida is kind of on the forefront of a lot of the resiliency, studying sea level rise, climate change efforts. And over the past many years, there was really pockets in the United States that were looking at this. And now, in the news, it's really global. And, California recently having their massive flooding this past season over winter and into spring was kind of unprecedented. Hurricanes coming that direction. So I think we're kind of leaders in a lot of this work, and all the decades many of you have spent on this is really coming to fruition. So I would like to add on the goals is education is key. Thank you to the Fish and Wildlife Commission for giving kudos to the Corps. I've been with the Corps for 15 years, and we don't often hear a lot of positivity coming our way. And that's okay, because it's a tough job to be with the federal government and try to affect major change. So we'll pass along the kudos to the Collier team. But do agree with the land use changes. This is a complicated system. It's not getting any easier. More people are coming here. So the water management is just going to continue to be more complicated. So balancing our lifestyles with our land use is only going to complement the engineering that we're trying to oversee. So through education, I think we can make some differences on that.
Full disclosure, I'm not with it. Which lets me have a wide mouth. We'll take it anyway.
To hold it. Ava Velez, thank you for the shout out. Those are the folks in our Norfolk district. So they partner with us and they help us in several of the studies in South Florida. So thank you. They work really hard on that. Carolina, my thought for your Venn diagram is over on the right side, because I talked about the stuff on the left side earlier. So on the right side, kind of long-term climate adaptation planning. I have a goal, which is very aspirational. And it's this. These are my just 3 words. Resource, not damage. What that means to me is old thinking for many of us is water only damages things, and we need to implement solutions that get rid of it, reduce damage. And if we could be aspirational in our thinking that water is a resource, the solutions we come up with will look different. This is very hard to do. I'm not saying we'll always get to do it, because solutions sometimes are extremely urgent and there's people experiencing damage, hurt, flooding. They can't get to their house today. And sometimes the solution that lets us treat water as a resource requires, to Mr. Murley's point, land or lots of big projects that take a long time. Nonetheless, that's my input. My aspirational goal, my vision for us as a team at the Corps is my constant refrain. Stop old thinking. We think different today. Water is a resource, not something that's just damage. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Antoinette Folks, and I would like to just echo the fact of what Jerry said about the education, but I want to just echo the fact of the capability and capacity building of our communities. What I have encountered is many of the communities, to your point, they don't have the resources or necessarily the staff dedicated to do the work around resiliency, but not just putting that on one person and it being insular and isolated to one individual and to one office, but helping to build the capability and capacity of all of those a part of whatever entity that's taking on this assignment of resiliency. And I think that will help making sure that the picture is truly painted of what we're trying to accomplish within each community. I think that would be one of the biggest things that we can do is continue building the capability and capacity.
Hi, everyone. A lot of you know me. I'm Nicole Cortez. I work on the district resiliency team here at the South Florida Water Management District. I guess my statements really, I'm drawing on a lot of what I'm hearing. So, in addition to leading the long-term monitoring of water and climate data to inform planning and grant pursuits, but also looking at something that is of high interest here, social considerations for planning and resiliency. I also support for the team stakeholder engagement. I work very closely with the BEAST team, the external affairs team, to reach out to all of you and get you to come here to the table. So first of all, thank you for those of you present and online and who are responsive to my endless emails and requests for information. I'm a South Floridian native. I went to school in Miami-Dade County. I have a passion for communicating, and I think that that's a lot of what I'm hearing, that it's so important to talk to people at all levels of education, government, stakeholders, and the public. So this is what I support for the team. And so as a key item, I just want to say that I'm a resource that you can always reach out to help continue this engagement, to help you find the right contacts to get the kind of data and information that you might need and support that we can provide here at the district and along with our local and regional partners.
So I'm Libby Pigman. I'm the Executive Affairs Director, and I'm glad my team got to come up to the table. I love seeing all of us around the table. I love hearing communication is something everybody's interested in. I think that's the only way we're going to be able to accomplish our goals. And I wanted to thank Nafisa, Nicole, and Carolina and her whole team for putting these together and engaging. That it's the communication goal is great, but it is a tremendous amount of work to get people here. And so spread the word to your colleagues that something great is happening here. And we have momentum going with these meetings. And so I just want to thank everybody for coming to the table and participating because 16 counties moving together, I think that's the only way we're going to achieve our goals. And I love that communication is at the top of minds. That's a surprise to me, and it's music to my ears. So thank you again.
Hello, everyone. Francisco Peña, project manager and the flood modeling brain of Resiliency team here at the district. I have joined since early last year, and some of the activities that I have contributed and provided technical expertise are the grant applications, the ranking priority projects as part of the Resiliency Plan, the extreme rainfall change factor comparisons, as well as providing the FPLOS, flood protection level of service technical review, and last but not least, the Section 216 studies of modeling team. Certainly, we are on exciting times to trying to understand the complex dynamics of compound flooding. And one of my passions is trying to understand and simulate the different mitigation and adaptation strategies for different time horizons, as well as to obtain and calculate not only the economic benefits, but also how does that represent or translate into reduction of flood conditions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jalen Martier. I'm part of the external affairs team here at the district. My primary function is to help communications with the municipalities and 298 districts in Broward County with the district. And I also want to say thank you for everyone coming to the table. 16 counties is a lot, but we're all here and we're making it work. So thanks.
Okay, anybody online? Oh, BJ, you just joined us. Do you want to just introduce yourself? We're going around. And any water word from Okeechobee County as well? No. Yvette, is there any raised hands?
No, I do not have any raised hands.
Okay. It's so weird to talk to Yvette and don't look at her. I'm kind of having a hard time on this place here. I'm going to have to get used to that. So I think we are good. Unless anybody has anything else to say, I think we can start adjourning this meeting. I would first really thank you all for coming, and especially our external affairs team. Libby said the truth. It's a hard work to be able to make those things happen. And they work a lot, really hard with us. And we really appreciate that we have the opportunity to be coordinating with you, to be working with you, and to have your reach. Because without the reach that you have getting to the 16 counties, I don't think we could do the work that we want to be doing. So we really appreciate all the work, all the time that you spend with us, and really helping us to understand how to do the work better too, because there is significant input coming from you all. So thank you for making this happen. And I think just to finish, the feeling I have, and I hope it's similar to what you have, it was good to have this meeting. It was worth. We went through a lot of stress this week when the hurricane was approaching, and understanding our mission here as an agency to respond to all of that, coordinating with the external affairs team too. We are also a team on the EOC, very strong on knowing what was happening at the county level at the same time as planning for this. And the decision to maintain this event was not an easy one. I think we leave this room with even a harder mission, and hopefully we can all get this feeling of being here today in this room to make you stronger when you get back to your county, and convince everybody that we need to be convincing on a daily basis that the work we do is relevant, that we need to be continuing to invest our times, energy, resources on the things that we are discussing here today. So I hope you're feeling stronger, and I really hope if you have any resource or any need, if there is anything that we can do to help, please reach out. And I definitely learned a lot from you all here today, and I am leaving this room stronger for sure. And thank you all for coming here today.